have to behave, correct?
For better or worse, here we go.
Okay, well,
No, Rex did not transition. He has not turned into a woman. And Sabrina is doing something weird. I don't know. Right off the bat, can we see that again? Or
no, we cannot. I was being stupid.
is it cold there? I mean, you got a jacket on there, kind of keep you warm.
It is like it is 50 degrees in my office.
Cold enough.
Wow.
I have a jacket on too.
50 degrees in my office. So I'm just trying to.
Yeah, if Elsie gets too cold, he actually rolls up in a ball and spasms. I kid you not. Wow, she laughs at your pain. That's incredible.
I was hoping Rex would either kill me or find his electric blanket. I'm serious.
Yeah, I had the air on. I never, he never told me anything like that would happen. So
I didn't know why it happened. When it ever happened, I didn't know it was because of cold.
Yeah.
And then it started happening a few times when I got, at least I felt cold.
More frequently. Okay. You finally figured it out. Okay.
Kind of.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, welcome to the Late Night Draw, episode 36. Come in and join us. Oh, man, bait and switch, fooled again. Hey, Wise Guys Entertainment in the house and Apex Comics in the house. I came for the hot female host and collector nerd. Okay. Well, I'll send her over to your place. How about that?
Okay, so he's probably talking about deer, not me.
He's talking about my thumbnail, but
your thumbnail.
My thumbnail was that one that who made those originally? Mark Largent made those, and then Omer Glitch had to go perverted with it.
I mean, the ones laughing my ass off over, those were funny.
Yeah, the female model sitting in my chair, or the guy getting drunk in my chair. Yeah.
I like the guy getting drunk in your chair.
Well, I used that as my thumbnail last time on the last. I was going to add her. Actually, I was going to put something artsy, but I thought, I haven't used that yet. Let me use that.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I was not going to do the one that Omer did, that put your face on the female's body.
Yeah, that one was funny and hilarious.
I hope so. If Omer did it, he's trying to be funny.
I knew he was funny. So, yeah. Oh.
Sometimes I feel like if it isn't fun, I don't want to do it.
Well, and I know I'm not one of those women that's going to be like, oh, how dare you? That's an insult to me. Because it isn't an insult to me. It's actually quite funny,
Right. That's what would be the insult?
There was none, but some women would be like, oh, you're trying to sexualize me. No, it's just a joke. Chill, baby.
Absolutely.
Take a chill pill. Calm down.
I'm gonna do something. This is I'm channeling Elsie with this one.
Night meds.
Are you ready?
Taking your night meds.
No, I got 30 more minutes,
I'll
but
go
thank
ahead.
you. Look,
Oh, that's pretty.
it's a little fox.
Mhm.
It's for kids, but the eyes don't work, so I got it at a really huge
That's
discount.
sad that the eyes don't
And
light up.
well, they got
Something
damaged,
lit up.
and yeah, the center lights up. See,
Yeah, he doesn't
I
see
knew
because he's not
something
watching. So
But I saw it.
hold
I
on.
already know that lit up because I was going, something lights up.
Yeah, but the eyes don't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take and either do buttons or just see if my dad could possibly fix it for
yeah,
me.
I'd see if you could get it fixed first before I did anything. I think we
remember
lost what
our
little
buddy
audience we had,
Charles?
but
You remember our buddy Charles fixed a lot of things, Rex. I wouldn't have a clue how to,
oh yeah,
whatever. He had
Yeah.
these little instruments and stuff, and I'd be going, what in the man? Had these
yeah, he liked to tinker. Yeah,
magnifying glass with a light on it. He
uh-huh.
looked like a mad scientist.
Are you making any headway cleaning in there, Sabrina?
She's hurt herself.
She did.
No, I'm really not. I have 1, 2, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would have 6 sewing machines on my table, but the ones in the shop. And I have a different table now too. I have a longer table, and yeah. And my oldest one on the table is 2 1978 singers. I have a 72, but it is in its container.
Yeah, you were.
70s was a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, these were dollars. So they were high-end, very expensive machines, and now I have 2 of them. So
Yeah,
I
for
am
a couple
happy.
$100 more, I bought a 550 Super Sport. 1200.
You bought a
550 Super Sport Honda. Man, I was flying, man.
But she still has her stuff. You do not. There's the rub.
Actually, I wasn't born in 78. So
She can make money with what she has. You wouldn't want it now.
No, not really.
why did we lose this? Oh, I thought you said we lost a guest.
Yeah, let's don't circle back. It's fine. It's good. It's gonna be what it's gonna be.
Well, maybe if you were nicer to your guests, like offered them things, like most use,
like
like who continuously
like
watches and waits for the clue can win a chance to go on a date with sexy Rexy.
I ain't going nowhere with him.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, he don't even come over anymore.
Neither do you, man.
Well, remember I got in trouble for calling you that one thing, and then I had to tell my friend about it who does another show, and he literally laughed so hard he almost fell out of his chair.
I remember that.
Now,
yeah, my friend, he was laughing so hard he fell out of his chair. Yeah.
I just about did that last night. I went to I'm telling on myself here, but it's funny, and I may just crack myself up retelling it.
Okay.
Very, very simple, right? I go down an aisle by itself, and I'm looking for in the in the drink section, right, at Walmart. And
Okay.
I'm looking at the powders, right? The drink mix powders.
Oh, okay.
To see if there was anything new, or, and I did get some orange, a very good drink mix called Orange Blast that they make and that they carry their own brand. And I really like it. So I picked up one of those. But as I was standing there, it was like, oh God, all of a sudden it hits you, and it's like, oh, I'll just let a fart that passed gas that came out of nowhere, like, oh, you probably need to go to the restroom here pretty soon, and it was one of those. And so here comes this young lady with her cart. When I entered the aisle, there was nobody, and that happened. And then all of a sudden she's coming on pretty strong to where I'm at. And so I kind of like passed her, went the other way, and I actually doubled back and got that Orange Blast. Just said one thing. She was like, "Oh." I was surprised, but she was surprised but disgusted at the same time. Like, oh,
Rex.
No wonder he split.
Yeah, no doubt.
A poor lady. Are you telling us that you crop dusted a poor woman?
Yes. Inadvertently, yes. By mistake, yes.
Was not
That's why it's very problematic.
Not intentional.
Yes. Yes. Somebody else called it today in the chat, crop dusting. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, we call it crop dusting, yes.
Okay. I do not.
Now I know.
We also call it ripping ass.
Yes, I did do that. Yes.
I call it farting.
Yes.
Yeah, farting. One of my friends taught me the phrase ripping ass, and she goes, "Oh God, something foul. Who the hell ripped ass?" And I just lost it.
No doubt. Yeah. I never heard crop dusting.
Yeah, crop dusting is a Midwestern term.
Right on. Something that foul this way comes.
One of my favorite.
Sounds like a novel.
And it has nothing to do with is people think I'm older than I actually am because I say that's
I thought, wait, you have it both ways apparently, because you said people don't think I'm younger than what I really am, but because I take care of my skin, and now you're saying because of your terminology they think you're older. So which is it? Are they confused about
when they hear me
or...
talk, they think I'm older. When they hear me talk and we're having a conversation. Because I'm like, yeah, that's totally boss. The early 70s Oldsmobile 442s, totally boss. They were awesome. They were totally boss. How old are you?
68.
And then I'll say stuff like old enough to remember a dimmer switch in the floor. And that confuses them.
Do you remember clap?
Clap on. I never had the clap.
No.
You mean the clap?
Yeah, the clap on, clap off.
The clapper.
I mean, what did that have to do with anything?
He just wanted to be silly.
Random.
Switch on
I
the
guess.
floor. The dim switch on the floor. Hell, I ain't never heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a dimmer switch down there by the pedals, right, Sabrina, that you pushed? He's older than me. Welcome to the show. I just looked up and saw him. Scared the hell out of me, Mr. Spooky in the Dark. Mike Walters. Hey, Mike.
What's up?
Not much. Just figured I'd drop in and say hi. I did like and share earlier. Figured
Cool.
since I had a few minutes here, figured I'd drop in and say hi. See how you guys were doing.
You're sitting in the dark.
Well, yeah. Usually at night, I usually do sit in the dark and watch stuff. I guess I could put on a light if you guys really want me to. But,
no, it's not required.
go that far, but you know,
okay, Dr. Evil.
Yeah. Anyways,
Oh my.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the idea of sometimes, like particularly when you're watching stuff later at night, how sometimes you change the atmosphere just simply by, just totally watching in the dark.
Maybe Mike was using the
clapper, but I know what you guys were referring to. Considering that I just turned 50 just a little over 2 weeks ago, back on the 7th. So,
congratulations.
Oh, and get this. I also had the surgery on my birthday, too. Yeah, but
that's cool.
It's funny because I get called every few years or so. It's not like I do it a whole lot, but this time around, so the last time before this time, when I went for jury duty, right?
Yeah.
I'd go there, right, and we'd have to, at least, I'm in California. Last time I went for jury duty, I had to sit in the jury assembly room all day, and if they didn't pick me for a trial, then my jury service was done. But
right.
If they did, then But now apparently they don't call a trial for you already.
Huh. Okay.
So I called Friday. Didn't have to go in on Monday. Then called Monday night. Had to go on Tuesday. Go in. They said I had to be there by 12:30. So I was, and and I was just sitting there expecting to sit in the jury assembly room most of the day, unless I got called. One courthouse, or this is something they've adopted for all the courts in California, or something like that. But apparently, they will not call you in to serve unless they actually have a trial for you to go to. Yeah, because it was like the last time I had to do jury duty was before. I know it was before COVID.
Can I ask what kind of case it was that you had to hear?
Yeah, because we were. I only had to be there for 3 days, so it was a criminal misdemeanor. With a criminal misdemeanor case in which the guy was accused of simple assault and damage to a phone of $400. Cell phone of $400.
Small claims then?
Well, I don't know if it was because there was a simple battery, simple assault, simple battery charge there. So I don't know if it was small claims.
Yeah, because you didn't actually have to. Well, hopefully that didn't interrupt your birthday too.
Well, okay, my family and I, we celebrated the Sunday before we went out to Denny's, that Saturday afternoon before. So it was just another day. The only thing I didn't on that day, I didn't do a show because I wasn't sure, because I knew I was probably not going to have enough time to set a show up. Then when we did get sent over to the court, the courtroom that we ended up going to was right across from the jury assembly room. So, and I was actually one of the first 18. I was actually in the judge was questioning us and all that. So, and now
I thought the lawyers would be questioning you.
Oh, what was that?
I thought they you.
Well, we didn't get all the way there by the time they had excused us. So let me kind of try to break it down as quickly as possible.
Okay.
What kind of happened? Because I know we went in, the judge kind of just went over so we were supposed to get in there at like 1:30. We were sent over to be in there by 1:30, but we didn't actually. And I was juror number 5 among the first 18. Now there's the juror box, and in the row in front of the juror box, and everybody else was out in the audience, basically. So the judge kind of went over some basic stuff like marital status. Got into some questions like, do you know anybody in law enforcement? Do you know the people in the court? That kind of stuff. We went through all that, and then they basically dismissed us for the day at 3:30. Usually they take us till 4, but and from what we were told, this is more in the afternoon. So I was not having to report back to it for the next 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday, till 1:45, which means I could set my show up in the morning before I came, and then be ready to do it. But I had to kind of just give myself a little bit more rest time, what have you. But yeah.
It didn't interfere with your birthday too much then.
Yeah, no, it didn't. It just, because we celebrated the first couple of days, I did a couple of things. Usually for me, for the way we all celebrate, we usually go out on the person's day, or if not the exact day, like the weekend either before or after, depending on what day of the week your birthday falls on. It's usually on a most of the time, isn't it? So, I love it.
We don't have a Denny's here anymore, unfortunately. We haven't had one for. We haven't had a Denny's here for a good decade or more, unfortunately.
You're in Louisiana, right?
No, I'm in Arkansas.
Oh, Arkansas. Okay.
Northeast Arkansas. Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were in Louisiana for some reason.
No Denny's for us. When it was part of the mall. I think when the mall closed, it might have even been closed down before the mall even closed and relocated.
Where did you say you thought he was? Indiana?
No,
Louisiana. He said.
Indiana.
I don't know why he thought that, but there you go.
Yeah, but anyway, so with that, in terms of going back to the court case, of course, one thing that I did this time that I had in the past is I was actually more, I was more upfront about my disability because now I am technically on disability, or I wasn't before, when I'd served in the past. So
yeah,
I was pretty much more upfront about, I was on the spectrum and all that, and I ended up having to correct the judge and the defense attorney on a couple of things. I'll get to that in a moment, though. So when we get there on Wednesday, right? When we get there Wednesday afternoon, three of the jurors that were there the day before were excused, and they were basically gone. And then, of course, so we had to fill those 3 spots in. The judge had to ask a few more questions. Then the defense attorney started to ask us questions. And it's kind of like, at one point, the judge was asking if we wanted a break. Nobody wanted a break. We just wanted to get straight. And at one point, I had to remind the defense attorney who she was actually talking to, because she kept saying juror 18, but she was actually questioning juror 17. Actually, even earlier in that day too, the judge had kind of made a bit of a mental mistake, because the judge was that they were not, or they had to presume that they were guilty, when you actually are supposed to presume they were not guilty. It's like it didn't click to him that he was saying the wrong thing. And I'm sitting there wondering, well, should I really say something here, or and he eventually caught him. Well, I caught it, I heard it, So, and he goes, "Oh yeah, we knew juror 5 would catch it, So, and then then going back to what I was saying.
Now, what juror were you? What number were you?
5.
He was
You were
5.
5. Okay, so yeah, he knew you would get it. Yeah.
So, as I said, the defense attorney was questioning at one, and I at one point go, "Miss, excuse me, that's juror 17, that's juror 18." And she goes, "Oh my," some questions. Like, one of the questions she was asking was, how do you determine credibility? And I gave probably one of the most simplest answers is, well, if you have nothing to hide, fumbling around and all of that, your words and stuff like that, you might be a bit guilty, and everybody was more or less not in agreement with that. Because she went to me and she goes, "Yeah, well, number 5, let me ask you some things here, because everybody, me, I'm pretty friendly, I think they were a little bit charmed by me, but maybe, I don't know, 3:45, the judge decided that, they were going to take a break until about, I think it was 4:10 or something like that. There was a 10-15 minute break they were wanting to give us, but as I was a defense attorney, needed the break. I think their brains might have been a little fried, So, I mean, one of the jurors who was in the audience even wished me a happy birthday, because it was my birthday. And when I was answering the judge's question on if you were the victim of a crime like college days, simple assault, but it's one of those things where kind of in retro, looking back, because well, I'm 50 now. That happened like when I was 20, so that happened that long ago.
Right.
So I mean, and they eventually dismissed Thursday, right? 1:45. So now I was a little worried about being there a little late on Wednesday, and then Thursday I was kind of running a little behind too. So I, call, I didn't need. I probably would get there on time, which I eventually did. So I get there Thursday.
Drive,
right?
or did
So
you
my
have
sister
to
and
have
I
somebody drive you there?
I have my sister take me. I
Okay.
don't have a driver's license.
Okay.
I can't pass this. So I've never been able to pass a vision to have somebody drive me or take the bus. And the bus, especially, how far I had to go. But
Right.
but anyway, so I get up to the courtroom. They hadn't called us in yet. I went to use the from the one from the previous 2 days. It was a new bailiff. She was going over like roll call and stuff, and she gets my number, and I say present. And as she continued on, the clerk comes out. They have a little chat, and then the clerk, you're all excused. And I just knew because I just got there. My sister was going to be nearby, but it's one of those things like I just knew my sister was not going to be happy. And then they just let us go. And like, that was the long and the short of it.
I guess maybe they had a plea deal, where they actually pled out or something.
That's what I figured. It's kind of funny because everybody was asking me, like, what do you think of a plea deal or something like that? So I mean, that's what I probably figured. So, so
They dropped the charge.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like I stuck around to really ask them details. Don't even know if they would have gave me any, even if I did. But it wasn't like it was a juror. I was ready to be impartial and all that. Yeah, we didn't. The prosecutor didn't even get a duty like by the third day, but it's like one of those things where I knew my sister was probably not going to be happy because she just dropped me off, and now she's going to come right back for me, and like when I call, Shell going, you got to be kidding me. And I go, nope. So. I don't even. Well, I think she was a little bit more. It wasn't like I had to go about like 2 or 3 cities over, to the courthouse. The traffic and the construction going on along the way. It took us an hour to get over there. Well, the stipend is only 50.
No, I get out of jury duty. I got out of jury duty twice because they asked me if I was related to anybody in the court. They asked me if I yes. And they're like, what do you mean? And I was like, I know both of them. And the judge looks at me and he goes, how? And I was like, he's my first cousin. He's my second cousin.
Was that an outright? Okay. Was that the truth? Or was
I looked at the judge and I was like, Your Honor, I can't even be in this courtroom. And he goes, why? And I was like, my maiden name is this. I know I've lost weight. And he looks at me because I've lost 60 pounds. And he looks at me for a second and he goes, oh my God. He goes, she has to be excused. And everybody's like, why? And he's like, she has to be excused. We can't say why. Past 3 months. And he goes, she has to be excused. He goes, not only does she know both relatives, but there's she's on because they escorted me out. This girl looks at me and she's the one that's escorting me out. And she goes, "Why did the judge say that?" And I was like, "Because he's my uncle. I haven't seen him in 2 years. He's my uncle." And she's like,
Yeah. Oh,
it's like, I just haven't, and it's the most funniest effed up thing in the world. "Oh, that's my uncle by marriage. I just haven't seen him in 2 years." Because at Christmas, I was always doing dispatch. The girls that had kids, time with their kids. So
what are you,
like,
do you work in law enforcement or something like that, or
no,
oh wait, that's right. You worked for a trucking company, didn't you?
sales, and I'm also a finder. So like if you're looking for like a specific automotive, like a car or a truck, I'm the person that they would contact to find it. And money is no option when it comes to this.
No object or option.
Yeah, money is no option. It's money does not matter.
Right.
Whatever it takes.
But
With some of the people, yes. One lady was going to fly me over to England to pick up a car. And yeah, she was going to fly me to England to go get her a car, which I thought was hilarious. But,
She was actually going to fly you to England to do,
yeah,
to do it.
fly me. And I told her I was fat first class. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm like, I'm fat. Yeah.
Just you know, you never know these days. Though you know, if somebody offers something like that, you know, you never know.
Well, I get it and I understand it. Are you sure? Because you're saying this to me. You're saying that money is no option. Are you sure you want to go this way? Oh, yeah. That's not good. Sorry, guys. I got another week to work on this. Jury duty is scary.
I don't know. I'm one of those who I don't really mind jury duty. I civic duty. I mean, I get called in every like few years, like every like I don't know, 7 to 10 years, I guess, because that's you know it's not like I get called in all the time or whatever, you know. And prior to let's say the last 5 years here, you know, I didn't really have a lot going on in my life. Anyway,
Hey,
you know,
that was mean. I am so sorry, Mikey. He's a jerk at times.
what? I don't really.
he knows I don't mean it.
Any what you guys are doing.
Don't be a butt ass to your Mike. Please
I'm not even. I mean, what exactly what he's doing that was supposed to have offended me?
If you go back and explain it, it's not funny. So
no, but you have to please excuse Rex, Mike. He's not him. He's from Arkansas. I'm impressed he can actually read and count to 10.
Hasn't confirmed that,
stereotyping too, right there. But
yeah, I know, right? She's kind of she's probably an ageist as well. Yeah.
No, I'm
I'm from Tennessee.
Yeah, he's from Tennessee. Why do you?
He just he, I would never on him. Like I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what it kind of piles up to be, is a bunch of crap.
So, Mike,
Mhm.
you said you don't drive. So
2060 vision. You have to have, I think, like 2040 in one eye in order to, and I have like 2060. So it's like I can't really pass the vision test.
So even when you were younger, you didn't drive either
Right.
because of your eyes. Oh man, I'm sorry.
No problem. I mean, I still get around. I'm not just because I'm a developmentally disabled adult doesn't mean I'm an invalid. Yes, I have my issues. I have my diagnoses, but you know something, I can I walk all over my city here.
Yeah, you
Just ask the lady.
where there's a lot of buses and things like that. Correct? Like there's buses.
I would take the buses more when I was younger, unless because I don't have as much time, like when I was younger, even when I first got on to disability when I was like 32, right? Well, actually, it was even much later, but it was a little later than 32. But 32, I was. So in California here, we have something called the regional centers, and they coordinate services for people with certain developmental disabilities. Those are either retardation or some combination or form of those. All right. I was actually in the system as a kid. I kind of drifted out of the system for a part of my adult life. I was actually trying to do things the right way. I was actually trying to go out and hold down a job and all that. It just, but then my friends had made a call around a bit, which led to the regional center reestablishing contact with me to help provide me service. My service coordinator actually walked me through the social security process. The thing is, here would be classified as kind of borderline because it's not that I have one big glowing disability that's obvious. I have 3 milder disabilities that in their combined effect
Okay, so kind of like I have ADHD, and you can probably tell if you ever have a conversation with
And
me.
if you can
And
never,
we're
if you don't tell, she'll tell you.
and okay, I'm explaining. Shush. So like I have ADHD, and sometimes my eyes will wander. I'm listening to you. I can hear everything you're saying, but my eyes will wander. I'm also is caused by a physical trauma. And so like I get like there's different stages, and yeah, like that are on the spectrum, because I can have really interesting conversations with them, and I absolutely love it because they get me and I get them.
Mm-hmm.
So like there's one girl that I see all the time, and she talks, I'm like, oh wow, that's cool, and like tells me things about butterflies that I had no clue. And
kind of like me.
knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, when I was born, the diagnoses I had a mild form of cerebral palsy on my left side. At the time, I was initially diagnosed with what they called hemiplegia, but now it's classified as hemiparesis, which is a slightly lesser version. And I think Rex wants to be the center of attention for a moment.
No, I'm just going to say when I was born, they wanted to put me back. There we go. So that one's done.
That's like
They want
It
to
looks
put you
what?
back where?
nothing.
They want
Back in the womb.
back in the womb. Yeah.
They just wanted me to go away. The doctor slapped me. It's a true story.
Well, my
I cried.
and
I
Another
slapped
true
him
story.
back.
then also I was born with a club foot on my right side. My right foot's a club foot.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Bones did not form quite
Is
right
that the one
there.
you knocked the ladies out to drag them back to your cave with?
No.
Just wondering. Okay.
So
No.
you will have
And of course, I'm also on the spectrum.
so you will have trouble walking sometimes, like your feet with your
Who's
foot,
that, bro?
get like sharp stabbing pains and things like that, and it's almost like
Yeah, I mean, I have to actually wear braces
Wait.
because here's the thing. Okay, so Rex, can you okay. So I don't know if you guys have ever taken a moment to look at your feet, particularly your ankles, right? One of the things I did recently, because in trying to explain this, so if you look at how your ankles are on your feet, right? Usually they're parallel with each other, right? Well, in my case, with my right foot, this right here goes actually into the other bone. Now, before I got braces again, if I walked more than, let's say, like 2.5 hours, now I naturally have a slight limp. I do have a slight limp. I do have a slightly awkward gait. But if I walked for, let's say, more than 2.5 hours straight, I wouldn't just be limping. I wouldn't just be hobbling. There would be, I'd basically be carrying my leg. If you kind of know what I'm talking about there, my foot would be so hurting that I'd have to like literally drag my whole leg along.
I'm kind of getting the visual of Quasimodo for some reason.
it's not like that. You are awful. Excuse me, Mike. I'll do it for you.
Adults in the room talking. Shush, Rex. I get it.
That's to Rex, not to you, Mike. So, like, I used to go to school with a guy, and he had a prosthetic put in his shoe, and he had to wear a brace. And his mother was always afraid because I guess a relative of theirs had a club foot as well. And she was always afraid of him on stairs because I guess this relative fell and really hurt themselves really bad. And so she was always worried about that. But yeah, he would tell me, he goes, I make bets. I saw him like 10 years after school. And he goes, do you know, I make bets with people about my club foot. I was like, what? And he goes, I tell them it's magical, especially when they're drunk at the bars. I'm like, what? And he goes, oh yeah. He goes, do you know how many people believe it? He goes, I told one chick that I was part leprechaun and I could give her a pot of gold. I'm like, you are so disturbed, man. But he would always tease us about it, and like he is the coolest person, but he also had really severe problems, like with just walking, even in the hallways at school. His foot would just like, he said it would feel like pins and needles sometimes.
Well, yeah. Again, for the most part, I don't have too many, now granted, so I told you about the regional center, right? So I was in the system as a kid. I was actually in special ed classes, up until I was like full on like SDC environment, special day class environment, up until like 6th grade, where the last 3 years there were kind of just, it's like start with one class and two, then three in terms of mainstream me. I was like, they try to fully mainstream me, my 7th grade year, and I was transferred back to the school like that was by my house here.
Hey, bro, I got a master's degree in special education, man. I taught it in school, man. It ain't right, bro.
Yeah. But well,
try. How can one person do what they're asked to do? That's impossible, bro. No way.
What's impossible to do?
Do it right. To one person to sit down and do what they expect a special education teacher to do. They put you in there. They put me in a class with 15 to 20 medically fragile students with ADHD, autistic, Down syndrome, mentally retarded, and some are so bad, brother. I mean, they were in the bathroom. There was no control on some. Rex knows. I've told him the story. And brother,
Yeah.
how am I expected to write a year's plan for each student for next year? Whole freaking year, buddy. I told him, I said, I've been an art teacher 20 years, and they tried to pull this crap on me in my last year. I told them, I said, here's the way it works, bro. I said, you will not get any IEPs from me. I said, first of all, I'm not putting my name on some document that's not the way it's supposed to be. That's a federal document. Second of all, I can't even type. And you want these 20 kids to have a year plan of school and me to do it all without no secretaries, I can't even use a computer. How do you expect me to do this?
If you don't mind me asking, LT, when you were teaching special ed, do you remember what years those were?
Middle school?
No. What actually, was it back in the 80s, 70s?
Oh, 90s? No. Okay. 2000, I was, I'd say about 2010.
And are you basically saying, based on your description, these kids were probably more classified as severe?
Look, bro, they should have each student that I had. The only way they're going to benefit is if they each had their own assistant. And you
basically, they were more or less on the severe side, right? They had some
of them were very severe.
Child who couldn't even talk to you, bro. But I could communicate. Now he could do math like a boy. He was smart.
He had one girl in there that had the mental. Now it's supposed to be in high school, but had probably the mentality of a 6-year-old, and should not have even been in public school system. So
it sounds like
her mother, her parents should have been
classified here as
for what they put that girl through.
Now, see, Mike, when I started teaching, I began at that school teaching learning disabled children. Okay, I taught learning disabled math and learning disabled science, and that was great. These kids just had a difficulty in math. You couldn't tell there was anything wrong with these people. Great kids, but they just couldn't do math, or they couldn't read and comprehend.
Right. Well, because there's different types of diagnoses. There's
oh yeah, man. To me, man, when I was in school, there was one diagnosis. Send them to the special ed. Okay, they didn't say you were autistic. They didn't say you were ADHD. They didn't know what the hell you were, man. They just skipped over me in my generation. Brother, I wouldn't let them put me in one. I just kept on going, man. I didn't care. I'd go to school. Half time I went to school, I didn't even have to go. I could go out in the smoke hall.
LZ in school.
Disappear. Yeah, that was my dog.
With his dog.
Yeah.
Well, okay, because now when I was in school, right, it was back in the late 70s and through the early 90s. My school years were basically like
I graduated
dinosaurs ruled the earth.
Yeah,
graduated.
that's the year I was born. Okay, so when I was in school, right? Now, if let's say I'd been born maybe 10 or even 20 years later, my plan would have been completely different. Because when I was in school, they actually put me into a special day class where we had a mix of, we had some people who were more severe, some people who were like more severely, like physically handicapped, medically handicapped. Some of us were more considered
That's
mild.
what they did. That's what they did with me, Mike, in my very last year. They put me in a class that had some were okay, and they were just slow, and they just couldn't get it. But they were smart as a whip as far as streetwise. We couldn't even tell there was something wrong with them. Then we had the kids that were Down syndrome, but he'd still communicate. Hey man, I put the Heimlich, sent a hot dog shooting out like a shotgun, saved the boy's life. He sat down, started eating again. I sat down, nobody even noticed. We just kept on going. Well, we had kids that were in a wheelchair. They couldn't do shit. Okay, but they still were in there with me, and you treat them kind and with love.
Now, early on in my adulthood, I still had an idea of wanting to try to become a special ed teacher myself, and I did take.
Tell you something, bro. No, ain't enough money. Ain't enough money.
But here's where I'm trying to go with this here. When I was an aide in the early to mid 90s, right? Now you did have kind of more specialized situations. You didn't have all the kids with diagnoses being crammed into into a classroom. You had some that were more severe in one classroom. You had some that were maybe mild to moderate or higher functioning in another. You had some.
But what happens when they don't give you but 2 teachers? And that's it, buddy. You ain't getting no more teachers.
I lucked out because the school I went to, they actually had a whole section for special ed. They had
you're in a good system then, because some of them, brother, you just have classes and you do what you can. And you know what happened? That principal, see, she threw me under the bus. I was an art teacher for 20-something years. And last year teaching, she knew I was certified in special ed. So she put me in that class, medically fragile students. Well, let me tell you something. That year was probably the best year of my life, Mike. Those children taught me more than I ever taught them.
I thought you did that for a couple of years.
Yeah, well, I went to another school after that one, but they tried to shuffle me around. But here's what I'm just telling you. No, Rex, that medically fragile I did 1 year. Now I did the resource for 3.5, 4 years. The learning disabled students, which was just like a regular class.
The resource ones are usually the ones who have. Usually they tend to be mild to moderate.
That wasn't nothing. They were, you helped them pretty good. But them other kids that she threw me in my last year, bro, I rebelled. I had like 2 years left, and she didn't see, to hire somebody from the outside was hard. But I was on the inside of her school, so she just shifted me over, and I hadn't done special ed in over 20 years. And they expect me to write IEPs for these kids in the YES class that were medically fragile, all these disabilities. I said, you gotta be kidding me. I can't even use a computer. Here you are now, you're all technologically advanced, and here I am writing everything by hand. I always have for my 30 years I taught, and I always will.
Well, yeah, by 2000, I'm sure the special ed system had become very specialized. So if you got stuck in,
man, come on, man.
You
We had learning disabled kids. We had classes for them. They could mix in with the regular kids. Mm-hmm. Now the kids I'm talking about, now them kids, they ain't had nothing but one class, okay? And they didn't ever leave that class. They ate together. They didn't even eat with the regular population. We ate separately. Okay, I ate with them. I didn't leave their side. Look, man, I told every parent, I said, here's my phone number. You can call me night or day if it's about your child. Other than that, please don't call me. I said, if it's about your child, though, you can call me. Those kids loved me because I loved them. I took them for what they were. I helped them learn, brother. I mean, that they taught me, say, look, you think you got it bad? You ain't got it bad, you idiot. I said, man, I had it made, man. They taught me about life, how to be happy with what they had. And you know, they're in a situation that they can't help, but they're happy. Even though they have all these problems. And you know what? Man, the parents, since I did that, Mike, at the end of the year, she called me into this meeting with about 10 parents, pairs of parents of them kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they said it's his, you know, I didn't write the IEPs. Told them I wasn't going to. And those IEPs were fabricated, man, like they tried to get me to do in 93, which, you know, for a few years. But okay, we'll go past that. I just looked at her, and this man stood up who I was good to him and his boys. Man, I said, look, there's one thing. Your kids will get taught. They will be safe. And nothing will happen to those children under my care. I will not leave their side, not for even a break. I never took a break, man. And that man stood up and he says, oh, no, you're not going to blame this on Mr. Danley. You threw, because I told him my situation. I said, you threw him under the bus. I said, my kid said this is the best year he ever had. I said, because we learned, had fun, and I was positive. I wasn't mean. You know, I treated them with stern. You had to be stern with some of them, but you can do that without being mean. I mean, you know,
some they had more severe behavioral
man,
issues.
that woman found that principal stood up and she goes, well, Mr. Dan, go back to your class. And I looked at all the supervisors and walked out of there and left them in that room. I went back to the kids and we, you know, went about our day, you know. Hey, my dad taught me one thing. He said, son, just whatever you're doing, they hired you to teach those kids. He goes, they can ask you to do a million other things. He goes, but if you don't you teach those kids and you try to do all the other stuff, as long as you're teaching them, they can't fire you for being incompetent. He goes, now if a teacher's sitting in there with his feet up on the desk with a newspaper, fire him. He's incompetent. That's an idiot, you know. But if he's trying to teach them and he's doing the best he can and he knows kind of what he's doing in his subject, you know. I taught high school for like 20 something years, Mike. I've been dealing with gangs, thugs, just all kinds of people. And you know what? You can make friends with anybody. You can get along with the world if you know how. If you go at it with a bad attitude, you ain't gonna get along with nobody, man. But you know, you can't. And I'm glad I'm retired though.
The year that you were in the medically severe class, you said that was in the 2000s.
Yeah, that was probably around 2008, 9.
And you said earlier, the kids never actually went and ate with the rest of the school population. They were just kept in their own little room.
I kept them in that back far room. As long as they didn't see us, they didn't care. We were non-existent, basically. But see, I had a kid. Rex was telling me about a student I had. This is an example. Okay, this student, I could tell you some horror stories, but this is an example. First of all, she could wipe feces all in our bathroom because we had our own personal bathroom. She'd run down the hall naked, and all the boys would be freaking out. But the principal would push her back in the room and act like it didn't happen. Okay, well, I go to the supervisor because I asked the supervisors around that were working there where I worked. I said, this child needs an aide, an assistant, somebody to be with her all the time. Because I said, I can't teach these other kids with her doing this. It's every day.
Absolutely.
So she will not get an assistant. I said, what? Are you serious? I said, okay. I know people at central office. My dad was the superintendent at one time for a few years. But I went down to the supervisor, the head dude at central office. I said, brother, I said, these supervisors I got at school said, here, I told him what the student did and what we did would destroy things in the class. And just, I said, now, if I was to get on the phone and call all these other parents and tell them what's going on, I said, that wouldn't be good, man. I said, it'd probably be real bad.
Yeah, because he was really an endangerment, or could be an endangerment to the other children.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, when Elsie first
what?
told me about this girl, I said, go down to the head office right now and say, this girl does not need to be, you need to get. And of course, he got saddled with her for a couple years, I think.
Yeah, well, it sounds
he was
like
even assaulted by her one time.
She needed some kind of more hands-on help. You're right there.
She needed special treatment. She didn't need to be in public school.
Now, as far as I know, California is the only state that has regional centers, as far as I know. Regional centers handle both IPPs and IEPs. Now, IPP is the adult version. That's what I have, the individual personalized plan. The IEP is usually what the kids have for the schools, but
an education
but at least her doctor should have, if she had some kind of like major behavioral issue, then yeah, there should have been more.
She was about this. She was about this.
Put into
she was bigger. She was about as big as a fullback. Her mind was about this years old, and she couldn't talk.
I thought she was 6, but yeah, okay.
I'm talking about her mind, whatever.
Yeah, her mind.
She couldn't even talk, brother. She couldn't even talk.
The girl you're talking about, was this a middle school student or a high school student?
Middle school.
So middle school, she had the body of your typical middle schooler, maybe slightly on the larger side.
Almost as big as I was.
Mentally, cognitively, she was 6 years old.
3 years old.
Yes.
Yeah.
3 years. So yeah, she should have probably been in a different environment then. She should have probably been
absolutely
not with those kids. She shouldn't have been with those kids though. She should have had someone with her at all times. Look, I tackled her from going out in the street and getting run over, and then I held her I had her in a full Nelson, holding her. It took all my strength. I was on the ground holding this girl from getting up. She's gonna run in the street, and the supervisor walks out and says, "What are you doing?" I said, "What do you think I'm doing?" I said, and she goes, "That's crazy." She walks off. She walks off.
Yeah.
And comes back with the cookies. Okay. Here, you want a cookie?
And the situation you're describing is one of the specific reasons why she needed an aide, a female aide.
Yeah. Oh,
because
definitely.
Yeah. Big one.
Here's the problem with that situation. Okay. You know what it makes you look like? Having to hold her like that, especially on the ground like that?
Yeah, it made me look bad. Made me look like I was assaulting her.
Real bad.
Like I was assaulting her.
Like real bad, capital P bad, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, we get what you mean. Yeah.
Well, when somebody's running to the street, okay, cars going by, she ran out of your classroom and you chased her, and to avoid this person running into the street, you tackle her and get her in a full Nelson, hold her in place till you can get some help. Right. And that just occurred. And she comes out of the class. What's going on? I go, I told her, and next thing you know, she walks off and gets a cookie and comes back. You want a cookie? And that girl just told it. I said, I didn't have no cookies. I didn't want her to get run over. I said, my God, what's the problem here? They just threw me under the bus, bro. That's what they did.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
He's trying
Yeah,
to
they
get
do.
rid of
Well, yeah.
Serena.
Nowadays, though, even when because you said it was late 2000s as well. By then, you really did need more specialized training because more of the students were more special. You didn't have
that.
every packed
Look,
into one class.
that situation, Mike, that situation should never have happened. Okay, first off, those students should have had more care. They should have individualized care.
Did you have a chance to talk maybe to the district psychiatrist there or district psychologist?
Well, I talked to every person that I could. Every
Because
They
usually
wouldn't back his play for.
the district psychologist who would be the one who would be assessing them for whatever needs they have, and they would be accounting for any kind of behavioral issues like that.
Well, see, you got to understand, you're in California. I'm in Tennessee. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Now
and they don't probably have any of the
we ain't got all them
in
resources,
Tennessee as they
man.
do in California.
We had like a nurse that would come in and give her a shot every day, and that was it, buddy. That was the kind of psychology she got.
And what was the
Medical
shot for? Can you say?
Diabetes.
Oh, okay. Because she was
They
overweight,
come in there.
big. Yeah, okay.
Hey Rex, I wanted
Yeah.
to show you what I got in the mail and ask you for
Sure.
your major advice or you could tell me something about it.
So I guess Sabrina left us then, huh?
Well, I don't know. I'm gonna try and contact her on the phone and see what happened.
That's supposed to be Swamp Thing. Page Swamp Thing.
Okay, but I'm not seeing Swamp Thing anywhere. Looks more like Conan. Production art. Okay, so yeah, that looks like an alcohol marker with an overlay.
Right. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
I'm gonna go out.
These
I gotta figure out who. I just got to figure out who signed it.
Hey, Apex.
He said it was a stylized Bernie Wright.
Signed it.
That ain't no Bernie Wright.
I don't recognize the artist. I mean, and I don't. I mean, that may be a newer Swamp Thing.
Colors. Yeah, could be. Argon's grip, Titans.
I don't. You probably think this is the old stand, but I actually last night scored a new stand. Elsie, it's got the same header as the. So this is the second stand. The other one's behind it, and this is the header that they both have. But
cool.
I got to score another stand here at the Dollar Tree. At one of the Dollar Trees. Very happy about that. Let me go get my phone and see what happened to her. She may have just was tired or something, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
If you want to show what you've been working on, you can.
Yeah. All right.
I guess Rex stepped away as well then.
Yeah, he said he was wondering what happened.
Oh. Well, he said he went to phone Sabrina.
He's still there. He is.
I'll just ask her on Facebook here. Let's see.
Yeah, I really don't like what they've done, what YouTube's done here now. Instead of just giving us our now they have the whole app stuff on there. I really don't like that. Hey, Apex. Yeah, speaking
How have they changed things? I mean, my system would no longer support and on Chrome, and it reformatted to like the mobile app, which is a different configuration altogether. And I've been trying to set up Firefox and go through that and get the old layout out back, but that's not playing nice with others like X and other sites. So Facebook, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this happened to mine. I mean, if you notice when you're looking at your, like you can probably see it in the chat here. Like Apex, it's at Apex and that address instead of just Apex Comics. And mine kind of went like that earlier today too, and I don't know why that was. You know, yeah. And speaking of Apex, of course, Apex will be joining me this Sunday, and I'll be starting.
Oh,
I'll be starting July
Cool.
1940 comic coverage, going through books that came out in July of 1940 from DC. We're actually going to read one of the books we're going to be reading from. Be the first story, in fact, will be from Batman #2, where Joker and Catwoman first meet.
Cool.
So,
national publications.
right. Also, around that same month, also debuted Jimmy Martin and the Minutemen of America for Our Men, and Irene Miller, basically the first love interest of Alan Scott.
The first
Green Lantern.
Green Lantern, yeah. And what was her name, Mike?
Irene Miller.
Irene Miller.
And if, of course, you want to find out more, check out the show on Sunday. We'll be reading that story as well.
Cool.
Yeah, apparently, New DC made Alan Scott, which is pretty sad because he was.
Yeah, I heard about that. A lot of people heard. I actually covered that, and I know a lot of people were not happy about that.
Turned him gay, yeah. I mean, current Alan Scott gay, which
they're just totally excuse my French here, but they just totally screwed around with DC continuity. I mean, Alan Scott, of course, as you know, was actually married to Harlequin, Molly May, and actually was the father of Onyx and Jade.
that were part of Infinity Inc., right?
Right.
Infinity Incorporated. Yeah, it's pretty sad that the different stuff that they pulled.
Well, that's one of the nice things about being able to go back to these Golden Age comics and read those. That stuff is pretty cool to look back on and at times even look at how, in some of the stories there, no matter what company or what book, what they thought, not just of their present time, but of their future as well. Because I know there's this one hero in Prize Comics named Power Nelson. I've talked about this before, where they actually the setting of the story was to them in 1982. They thought 1982 was going to be like the Jetsons in 1940. The people who wrote Power Nelson.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, they never quite set it far enough into the future.
Yeah. Well, I think even when the Jetsons debuted in the 60s there, they thought that was going to be like 2000.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think there were people in the 60s and 70s who thought by now we'd be like,
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have totally fumbled up the first part of the 21st century. Totally. I think historians will look back and go, what the hell were they thinking?
You almost have to wonder what would happen, because we got kind of an idea in Star Trek First Contact, what the Vulcans thought of us then in that particular case. Wonder what if there actually were quote unquote Vulcans. Let's just say everything in the Star Trek universe actually did exist, and somehow we're about to meet the Vulcans or something like that. Wonder what they think of our society right now, almost,
Anarchy. I mean, not much logic to it. In fact, it's counter, logic in a lot of manners, a lot of it's just propaganda when you get down to it. Stupidity and propaganda. At least that's the way I look at it.
Well, it's kind of funny you talk about propaganda and stuff like that, because one of the things I've been doing of late, in somewhat in chronological order, I started all the way back in 1928. I've been watching like the old cartoon shorts in chronological order, and I'm up into like January 1942 right now, and we're getting into a lot of the World War II cartoons of the era. Those are pretty interesting to watch.
Yeah, I enjoyed that stuff. Some of that
I mean,
civility in the house. The thumbnail is wild. AI must be stopped. Yes, feelings rule a lot of people's motives today. Yeah, absolutely. They're more emotional, dealing by their emotion than logic. Yeah, the AI must be stopped. I don't know that there's any stopping AI, but it's kind of on the fast track.
Yeah. Actually, Rex, one of the things I was gonna want to ask you here, and LZ too, but I know LZ, you can't. You said you can't commit to anything like long term or anything like that. So, but you can answer. So I do have some open dates in November, 11, 16, 23rd, and the 30th. I was wondering if either, and LZ, I think I already knew your answer to this, but you're both invited if you want to. I was wondering if either of you wanted to co-host any of those days, November 16th, 23rd, or 30th. Yeah, as a way of just kind of.
I will co-host on one of those dates. I've got one request though. I will write it down on my calendar. You can remind me once. Don't remind me like a million different times. I will be there.
Okay.
Yeah, just when it gets, within a day or two, you can remind me, but I will write it down on the calendar. And I will keep up with it. So no matter how long it is, because I've put people down for like 3 years and 3 months in advance and has been there, There's been very few things that I've forgotten. So what dates are open, Mike?
16th, 20. The next three, the next three closest are the
Sunday.
16th. Yeah. They're all Sundays. Yes. 16th, 23rd, 30th.
Yeah. Well, we can go for the 16th.
The 16th. Would you like to know what we'd be reading on that day?
No, not really.
Okay.
Surprise me. What time is it again? Central?
Well, it'd be 5 o'clock my time, and since you're in Central time, I believe it'd be 7 o'clock your time.
7 my time. Okay. Well, that'll give me about an
You're in,
hour.
you're in the central time zone, right?
I am. Uh-huh.
So yeah, that would be 7 o'clock then for you.
Okay. All right. I'm down for the 16th, Mike, on November.
All right, I'll put you down on my end as well.
Now, wasn't on Sundays? Weren't you doing like an all-star, like people who've hosted through the week come in as well on Sundays?
Okay, that was before. Okay, I at one point when I still was doing the historical comic retrospect on Fridays, I was on Sundays trying to bring people in for like a panel, just talk about,
right.
I'll be back.
cartoons, comics,
Okay.
all that stuff. But it got to the point where there weren't really a lot of people coming in for the panels, and
right.
so I just decided maybe it'd be better, maybe I'd have a better shot of getting more people to see the comic book show on Sundays. Because Friday, the thing about Fridays is everybody's usually going out on Fridays. So, yeah. So, so yeah. So I moved the historical comic retrospect to Sundays, and then just made Friday like another regular news day. Where I just
it's
what
been kind of a wild year. I'm also working on retooling some things for content on my channel. And actually I've taken, since I've been off this week or whatever, it's like I've didn't do topic lists, which I usually do. I didn't do Homer's Hump Day show, which I usually do, and actually I missed Tokume's show as well, which I was kind of unaware because I didn't do topic lists and usually do that right afterwards. I just really kind of concentrate on getting some things done that need to get done while the weather's still good. And I realize, especially since I'm paying for StreamYard, I need to stream more. And that's what this is an attempt to do both, get some work done and stream more. But it can be difficult. It can definitely be difficult juggling things.
Well, I have somewhat of an idea what that's like, is even with what I do, because with what I do, I'm more of a commentating YouTuber. So there's a lot more background research that I do. It's not like I can just jump on and just start talking. Usually a lot of stuff I do is a lot of it's research and prep work. Involved, because what I'm usually doing, like during the week, I'm going over news articles and giving my own opinion or perspective on them, and then on Sundays, that's when, of course, we do the historical comic retrospect, where we'll read through it's like, as I said, one part comic book review, one part comic book review, one part dramatic read. So, giving a little bit of commentary on the stuff we're reading, as well as doing the voices and all that. All right. So I'm right now on another tab here. I'm putting you down for the 16th. Yeah. So, and you said you put it on your calendar already, right?
It's already on the calendar. Yep.
All right, then I'll try to I'll make sure to resist the temptation to only remind you once.
Yeah, I got it. I'll be there. Be looking forward to it.
All right.
So, kind of opted out tonight to do. Of course, I wanted to complete this bog subset, whatever series. Do a couple of bogs, which are based on a couple of bogs that I've already done. It's not like I came up with a new bog completely
Yeah.
on these.
Now, usually around this time during the week, around the time
Uh-huh.
right now that we're talking here, usually I'm watching my anime block around this time. But I push that back because I want to come out and hang out with you guys.
Good.
Yeah. Good,
Hang
dude.
out with us, buddy.
Yeah. Well, you know me, I can come up with a lot of conversation topics. I'm actually now like in my cartoon watching, right? In the afternoons, I've been watching a lot of the classic cartoons. We're in early 42, so we're getting to that point where Max and Dave Fleischberg. You sure? What is that?
He's gonna enlarge it.
Okay, it looks like Jesus Christ by a tree there.
Yeah, he's in the Garden of Gethsemane, and his disciples are asleep over there.
Cool stuff. Yeah.
They got some running going on.
Yeah.
I got several requests from people. The Faith Riders of our church, they're called Faith Riders.
Mm-hmm.
And he really likes this image right here. And he wants this image with like a motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
Try to make him some kind of logo using this image, or I do thousands of these. I've been sending them and giving them away. I just dabbed a little color on these.
He might as well be Xerox machine because he does the same thing again and again.
No, those look the same to you.
Actually,
Variant.
I think there is
variance on a theme. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
There are some slight differences between the two.
Well, I mean, you say bog, but okay. So here's what I've done tonight.
I draw him over now. Okay.
So you
draw
got
him,
this
and you
bog,
draw different iterations,
and you got this bog. Yeah, they're different designs.
They're different.
They just are.
Yeah, they're different.
And some are more severe than others, but
I know.
Yeah, and I'm not just doing box.
Each one of these are 8x10s, and I do it about 2 or 3 a day and give them to people all over the city and all over the world, all over Memphis and different places.
Just to let you know what happened with Sabrina, her sister phoned her. She got dizzy and fell in her hallway, but she's okay.
Oh my God.
Elsie, she did take her meds, and she says, "Good night. Tell Elsie and Mike I enjoyed talking with them, and please tell Mike that I enjoy having conversations with him."
Yeah, I still want to try to reach her through Facebook if possible, but of course, since I don't know her last name or anything like that,
right,
that'd be a bit more difficult. But I guess I could try
I'll ask her. I'll ask her if she wants to reach out to you, and give her your,
Well,
Elsie,
I think she did
you want to
before,
show that
but
one,
yeah,
or are you going to start from
Oh, I was going to work on this one.
Right.
But
that one's coming
that's
along.
what I've got. Yeah.
Well, that's supposed to be Cerebus?
Actually, this is the fiery red dragon with 7 heads.
In the book of Revelation.
Cerebus is the hellhound with 3 heads.
No, this
right.
Got 7. But yeah, I'm gonna work on it.
Elsie, I'll show you those books that came with. They might be a little glary because I put them in the, they weren't in great shape. Of course, they've been on the stands for a while. This one's actually better shape than that penguin one. There were only 3 left in the stand. So Green Arrow, and of course, this reprints a story done in 2011. And I didn't even notice when I bought them Dan Jurgens did the artwork, and George Perez did the inks over Dan Jurgens on this.
That's cool.
That's pretty cool. And then Penguin, Pain, and Prejudice around the same time, about 2011, I think, if I'm got the copyrights right, on these. But these came with the newsstand. There was only 3. I got 2 Green Arrows. They're polybagged. They get all bent up. I was also going to show you LZ because you probably hadn't seen them. Just finished this one. Used a little metallic green on that, so it's got some metallic highlights on it.
Cool.
And that's number 10. So that finishes the bog subset. I've still got one bog to do, and that's Old Man Bog. I've got a card regulated for that, but I haven't done it yet. And then this one before. That one there. Yeah. I gave him a little bit more twigs on that one, on his head. And this is a character called Thorn. He's part of the 43. He's going to be really wild looking. When I'm going to do him from head to toe. I've designed him out. And then you would ask who this was. This is Dr. Proto. Like in a sort of a prototype.
When you think his glasses ought to be a different color than he is?
No, I don't. This is the way it came to me and envisioned it. And they're gelatinous. Those aren't glasses. Those are his eyes. Well, they just happen to look like glasses.
Value. They can have different value to them.
Well, I tried, LZ, with being true to what came.
That was the only thing
that came to my mind.
When I saw it, that's the only thing I said.
Right. And this is a watercolor. I tried watercolor pencils for the very first time with a combination of alcohol marker on the highlights and a little black ink, if I can get it to focus. Yeah. There we go.
Did you, Rex, did you happen to find some inspiration maybe from the Herculoids or Space Ghost or anything like that?
Always.
Let's see.
Put it this way, he likes them. That don't mean that
Herculoids.
He thought of them.
I'm actually collecting
more to the cartoons, obviously, because that's what those drawings were.
Now they're in the comic books. Yeah, I love the Herculoids, even though they only had like 26. I think you might have seen this one. I'm not sure, Elsie. He's an older character. He goes way back. Did you see this one? Okay.
I've seen that one.
I guess you're caught up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're coming along. I need to count them really to see how many I've gotten made now. I'm nearing. I'm within 20 of getting all the backers done, probably. Because everybody gets one of those free with their charter member card.
Weird.
And that'll come these original pieces of artwork. Right now, this week, I'm getting printed up the cards, although they'll be in color, and it'll be John Dillard on the artwork this time for the promo cards. Those are getting printed up. Hopefully, I'll get them probably next week. Now it looks like. I wish she wasn't as slow as she is, but she's got a lot to do over there. I get it.
Nice to be understanding.
So on my short list to do of characters, and Jason Bascom asked me recently, how many characters you got, Rex? And I said, hundreds. I mean, Oh, Mike, something I picked up of late that I didn't know was out there, and I found out Shadowhawk's known for a couple years. and he might have told me and I forgot, but I hadn't seen them in my area. But as soon as I did, I was like, yeah, I got to get a box of those. Pumpkin spice moon pies.
Yeah, moon pies. Yeah, we
Yeah.
haven't had. I haven't seen any here in California in quite some time. Moon
Salted
pies.
caramel I picked up as well.
Yeah. The only moon pies I know of are the chocolate ones.
Yeah. Back here, I have the boxes, as you can see right there, is chocolate, vanilla, blueberry, and banana. So I got to add a couple new boxes there.
For many a reason, I wish I lived more in the South, like where you guys are. I actually, a few years ago, actually looked into the possibility of maybe trying to move out to North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't work out.
Yeah.
I really,
well, cost of living.
Physically, California may be one of the most beautiful states in the world.
Right.
But from an ideological perspective, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think it's coming back. I mean, you've got people leaving California in the droves, as you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and we just seem to have a lot of corrupt leadership. I mean, it's kind of funny. California and Illinois have been gerrymandering for years.
Oh yeah.
So we're now, even though we voted 40% for President Trump in the last election, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm just talking about the House of Representatives. Now I'm not even talking about the Senate, but the House of Representatives. We have 52 seats, and of those 52 seats right now, only 9 are represented by. That's not 40%. That's like 16%. Okay, but now you see like Texas, Indiana, Missouri, Ohio, North Carolina, all looking to kind of balance out what California and Illinois have done. And now, of course, California wants to try, Newsom wants to try to, in retaliation, try to cost, the conservatives even 4 more seats here.
He's Nancy Pelosi's nephew, right?
Even though I hadn't known that up until more recently, like within the past year or so.
Yeah. That's now.
So if you think you're going to get anything different than him, hey, LZ, I wanted to show you this as well. $3, not too bad, man. This is pretty heavy paper, watercolor paper, acid-free, heavyweight in their art section at Dollar Tree for $3. You get 24 sheets.
That's nice.
And they are very thick. It is textured a little bit, kind of smooth on one side and textured on one. They're 8.5 by 10 inches, so that's pretty good pad for $3. Yeah, similar to some that I got at Big Lots years and years ago for $3. So, of course, you can use this. You don't have to use watercolor on it. You can use all kinds of stuff on this paper, and it's thick paper, good quality paper. I was probably crazy not for picking up, just the one pad, but I can always go back, and of course, that stuff tends to disappear too.
I'll be right back, guys.
So on my short list of characters to do, I've still got a short list. There's Sand Devil. Got to do Sand Devil. I've got a card for him. Here's one of the 43 I have not named. Now, he would be a good one to name and have the contest over.
Yeah, I've seen him, but I didn't know his name, like you said.
Yeah, I don't have a name, but once I think of his name, then we'll have another guessing game for a name, for one of my characters. I haven't named this character either, so we could
have a contest to have somebody name him. Have a naming contest.
Yeah, it doesn't quite.
And you pick it.
Okay. I mean, sure, we could do it differently. Of course.
I mean, you're gonna have one, have both.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Overly complicated. I just wanted to do it one way, and that was the way we did it last time because it was wildly successful.
I'm not trying to be complicated.
I know you're not. The seer, still got to do the seer. She's going to be a lot of fun. Got to do modern day mummy. Got to do the director. He's going to be fun. Here's a couple of directors. Maybe maybe one of you backers will get one of these head sketches that I've done of him. He's very interesting character. And on the back of the Jimmy Reyes, I've still got to do TM, Total Mystery, which is kind of a placeholder name for him. I have not thought up his name either. I do have a lot of his backstory, though. There's TM right there. Head sketch that somebody might get. There's Shadow's Kiss. Shadow's Kiss. Let's get somebody. There's Dead Ninja. There's Dr. Spike. He's interesting. I actually did not create him. Someone else did years ago, but I'm using him. Dr. Spike. He does not play volleyball. The Human Grenade. This bug-like guy who I've not named yet. He's one of the 43. He's kind of a Steve Ditko weird-looking character. Aftershock, he's going to be one of the 43. Got to do him. There's Cortex. Living brain in an android body. He's going to be a real interesting character. The Clown Killer. Still got to do him. Harbinger. Still got to do him. This character. Whoever he is. Hey, Buzz, where's the hot blonde chick? Laugh out loud. Yeah, she's in the basement by now. You came in too late to see her. Flex. I named him recently. Flex.
Anyways, guys, I do have to try to get up early tomorrow. So
you did. What you got going on?
Well, my staff who comes help with me once a week will be coming tomorrow. So one of the things about here in California, I was telling you about the regional center. They help to coordinate services for those who are disabled, those who are classified as having one of those developmental disabilities I mentioned earlier. And so what they do is they provide funding for like certain service agencies to to have what they call ILS or SLS, depending upon like independent living services and supported living services. I'm the ILS program basically. So, all right. Well, thanks for having me. It's good to talk to you guys again.
Yeah,
and Rex, I have you down for the 16th. I'll try. Okay. I'll remind you. Sometime in that. Obviously, just a few days before.
Yeah. I've got it on the calendar though. I won't forget.
All right. Well, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys next time, man.
All right, man. Take care, Mike. Right. Thanks for coming on.
All right. No problem. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I thought that was a good example of how they used acetate. I didn't know it doesn't look like a newer, the way they do them now.
No, I would. If I had to take a guess, I would say that's somewhere in the 90s. That's when a lot of them were done with alcohol marker. Have you flipped it over? Does it have a lot of bleed through on the paper?
I have no bleed through at all.
No bleed through. Okay. Well, the coloring looked like always late to the party, huh? Hey, Buzz.
I'll look at it.
Well, that's all right. We thank you for showing up anyway. That's cool. Edwin's got a Kickstarter. Go check it out. No bleed through. The coloring did look like alcohol markers. Of course, that's what I'm using in most cases.
It's almost like photo paper.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
Mm-hmm. I've actually bought some of that production artwork that from the 90s, X-Men color pages
This
and other
says
stuff.
6 of 8, number 29 up here in the center.
You want to show it to me again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you would say is newer. It does have an overlay, which
You
is
see
cool.
that,
What's on the
see that guy
overlay?
at the
Is it
bottom? That guy at the bottom, little bottom square, the little one, little square. He's wanting to eat them. I think he's going to eat them. He's
the
hungry.
cannibal?
Yeah, and he's looking
Well,
at
it
that
looks like a
other
Conan
guy.
page. It does not look like something unless they're telling I mean, I don't see Swamp Thing in there at all.
No, he's not. That's why
But
I'm
yeah,
saying I don't know. I
this,
didn't think it was when I got it, but I figured I could find out maybe.
I mean, there was no
Or maybe they're
information when you bought it.
He said it was a Swamp Thing from Swamp Thing 29, and I saw it was an acetate overlay, and I thought that's cool because all the time these people are talking about how they don't use acetate.
And what's
And
on
I
the
thought,
overlay? I'm trying to get that in there before you bag it up again. Is it the lettering? Lift the overlay, if you would. Okay, so it's the black line work with the lettering. Okay. And yeah, see that out looks like alcohol markers to me. The coloring.
and this is acetate, and it's alcohol markers. It looks like.
And that's actually how I've been trying to do some of these sketch cards. My first
and
attempt
it's,
was
signed right here.
okay.
I just got to figure out who did it. It might be the colorist, probably.
Well, good luck with that. I'm still trying to identify some stuff myself.
I know.
But most of it I have, and I've been very fortunate. Huh?
That monkey-like character, I think I've seen that somewhere, and it just.
Are you thinking Smeagol, like of Lord of the Rings?
No, I'm just saying I've seen this character before, and I'm just trying to figure out where he's like a monkey.
I haven't. I don't. It all looks new to me. It looks like a Conan thing to me, but it may be some story. They're actually going to tell that story that Stephen Bissett wanted to tell in 3 issues, I think. I think the first one comes out in April, where the wood of the cross is Swamp Thing. They were wanting to do that story back in the 80s. Stephen Bissett was, or maybe the early 90s. I can't remember. And they're actually now going to publish it. They kind of rejected it then, and then he quit the series. Because they were like, oh, censorship. And it's like, well, creative differences, whatever. But it'll be interesting to see. That's something that I would like to get next year, hopefully. One of the things that I'm most excited about is seeing that those 3 John Byrne X-Men things that have been on the web compiled into a book. I think that's very smart of Marvel to compile that stuff that's already been done. And I don't know what kind of deal they worked out with John Byrne to pay him for that. Might have been a chunk of change, but I think there'll be enough people wanting that in book form, physical form, that it'll justify whatever they had to pay John Byrne for the artwork that he did. It's been out there, so I don't know. It's kind of a different deal altogether.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely getting not only some new characters created, but older or some characters that I've thought up more recently, I guess, naming them, and some of the ones that have been out there for a while and hadn't had a name. create the likeness of the character, and then this is the way I do it. And then sometimes the, likeness suggests powers, and then I can kind of start working on the meat of a backstory, things, but you got to have the likeness, right? And sometimes the name comes first and sometimes the name comes last. Most of the time it comes last with me, but every now and then, like Silver Boa, I heard the name Silver Boa Constrictor on the radio and said, "Oh, Silver Boa, that would be a great name for a noir type character." So for a character, I've got to create a character around that name. So that does happen. And then there was another character I had the name to recently. I can't remember if I've created the character to the name yet or if I'm going to. But there was a name that I had for a character recently. I don't know, but I guarantee you I've got it written down in my notes somewhere, and I may have already drawn the character. I just don't know. Even these little sketch cards, when you're doing them in full color, can take a little while.
Yeah.
I started working on these sketch cards back in September. September 23rd was the first time I did one of the sketch cards. Once I got them in, which is, I probably did this the day that they were printed up, and then I picked them up at the printers, the first 100. And so I've been working on these September. 23rd. So I've been working on these a month and a day now. Well, it's rolled over to the 24th. So I've worked on these. So in a month's time, I can tell you how many I've gotten done in a month. Let's count them. Like grass growing under your feet. 21. 'Really need to finish this one. This would be 50 if I would just do the face. 57. 57 completely complete.
Cool.
57 in 1 month. What do you think?
It's good, man.
And I've got others started, like I just haven't finished them. Sometimes pretty much fully penciled, like this one, he's penciled. I've even started the ink there, a couple lines there, but need to get back to him. He's very colorful. there's a lot of detail to him. He's a little bit more complex to do. So 57 sketch cards in 1 month. And it's been a month. Wow. You know, I said I could probably, I took time to do the first 25 while I was off, um, for a week off the internet, and thought at that time it'll take me about 2-3 weeks. Well, here we are at like 3 weeks after that point, and I've got, what did I say, 50? What did I say? 57,
51, I think.
51,
57,
60.
51 or
It was 60,
57.
son. 67?
No,
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 57.
I thought it's 51 or 57. 57.
Anyway, yeah, it's something. I think it's 57.
Yeah, I do too.
57, and I needed at the time that I started 73. Now I need 74, and actually I need more than that for. Well, I'll probably reserve these for the backers. I won't even bother with the comps, the comp people, the people that I've comped. But I mean, they get a charter member card too. So if they get a charter member card too, and I'm going to do extra, I bought that. That was one reason I bought an extra 100 so that I could, you know, create some new characters, have some freedom with it, not get locked into, okay, this card has to go to this character and whatnot. Cause I did, just to make sure I didn't miss any characters, go ahead and label them on the back. Like some of those I just showed you. Found a pecan. I'm going to do let's see. I need to make sure I've got a good Sharpie that actually works. I think this one does. I bought some new Sharpies recently. There we go. This one works really good. So I got a nice, if you don't know what I'm doing, is that?
I do.
Okay. So, I've done about 270 something of these little bog pecans, just bog face on, and I date them and I number them. I'll just use this one as a kind of guide to go by. This one's got good. This one's actually got pretty good striation, which is, natural, you know, look to which kind of does the beard, for bog. And the ideal behind these were, I did one, and then I said, oh, if I got some more, I could do some more of these, and sell them at like convention. Be a nice little item to sell for like $5. You don't want them for that price. You don't have to buy them for that price. But I mean, it's like
anything else.
Like anything else, It's like you've got a choice in the matter. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to go see my brother tomorrow.
Are you? You going to Memphis, huh? Looks like he's got a birthmark on here because that's natural color.
Yeah.
It's a little dark, a little different. Most of that's just natural striation. It's amazing the squirrels take all the outer part off and sometimes leave some pretty neat scratch marks on the shell. But they don't crack the pecan and eat it. I've lost the numbering though. I've got to see the numbering. I put them in the little bags. I do date them, and then once I do pick up the numbering, I'll go okay, and I'll lay the ones out that aren't numbered, and I'll make sure I actually number them so I know how many I've done. I'm somewhere about 270 something, and if I had some more pecans, I could do more than that. But you know, still got to do the devil flyers, the old man bog. I need to put that because that will complete the subset with the bogs. That's the only one I need to do, and then I'll be done with the bog subset. Which I did 2 croc bogs. And I've already numbered this one. Old Man Bog will be number 7 in the series of 10. Celebrating 10 years of bog. So this will be pretty neat to be put in a book, and I'll put all those together as like a subset. You'll have Funko Bog, you'll have Old Man Bog, you'll have Alien Bog that was taken from a canvas here, which was taken from a story or stories where Bog was on an alien planet and he was like different colors with different vegetation. And I kind of had that same idea with this canvas, this kind of incomplete canvas that I never finished, but did back in June 15th of 2016. And Bog was only created in 15. So he'd only been about a year old by that point, a little over a year old. Created in February 15th of of 2015. So 1 year, 4 months to the day of his creation, I did Alien Bog. And somebody came up with the idea of putting Venus flytraps or something like that on his head, where they could reach out, or I think that might have been Shadowhawk. So glad to get this new double stand here. I'll clean some things around, which I've been meaning to do, and kind of like concentrating on other things, but I definitely need to work in here and get this up to snuff and get the second stand back there. And at some point I want to get the 2 rotating metal stands in here as well. Those are out in a trailer of mine that I rarely go out there. It's been years since I've been out there. I'm assuming that no one's broke in and gotten them. There's not anything in there really anybody would want. There's an art desk that I got for my 16th birthday that I never used, but at some point I'd like to bring over here and set it up, and maybe start using it. Went to the comic store recently. Did you see those Herculoids I got, Elsie?
Yeah.
I also got the Superman #1 for $10, and they had the full
you didn't
version
get
of
the
this. I'm
full.
not that taken with the full versions. They're fine. They're good. They're okay. You know, but I would rather have, okay, what would the book kind of look like in golden age size like this? What would this look like? I mean, I know this is going to look different than Superman #1 as it came out, but as a reprint goes, this is probably pretty close. You know, looks new. You know, might look newer than what it did then, but this is probably pretty close to what it would have been like on the stands. So that would have been cool to pick up off the stands back in the day.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Back in the day.
You're not comfortable, huh? Killing yourself.
Hurts my back. My back.
He's dying on a short stick, folks. There he goes. He won't be able to get up. Well, throw him a rope.
I can get up. I can get up.
Get up. I can get up. Famous last words. Words of a drowning man. Now I have to go over here and find a picture of Old Man Bog. I do have him somewhere. I have there he is right there. A TIFF file of that. I've only got a couple items in there, but I've got, I do have Old Man Bog in the file, in the Bog file.
That's good.
Yeah. Still Photoshop, still trying to bring it up. Old Man Bog just kind of looks older the way I depicted him. You know, he's kind of balding. But Bog never really had a lot of.
You did see my 15, didn't you? The Superboy 15. You saw that.
Probably, yeah. This is what you picked up at the Comic Universe, right? Recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice black cover, man.
And I picked this, and it ain't got a crease on it.
So what was the deal you were talking about?
That acetate.
That acetate. And you picked that I thought you sold something, not bought something.
I did. I sold a Star Wars VHS that had it was the first, release, but it was like a 1980 something release, but it had a sticker on it with some numbers, and it made it worth $109, man. Somebody bought that as soon as I listed it.
Yeah, kind of makes you wonder if you could have got more for it.
Yeah.
As he says, I don't care. It was worth $1 million, but I sold it for $109.
I researched it, bro.
You did. Okay. Well, now I have, that kind of perks my ears up because I've got a three movie set from back in the day. In a box, 3 VH set of all the first 3 movies. And I'm sure they're worth something.
Yeah. And if you got any more just around that you had, you might want to look, because I didn't even know I had it. I was just moving the box and I saw 3 Star Wars VHSs, and I went and looked them up.
That's like he's drunk, folks. It's just coke.
I'm hiccuping. I said, holy crap. I said, yeah.
Elsie gave me a remedy years ago for hiccups. If you got the hiccups, what do you do, Elsie? You hold your breath for 30 seconds. You take
breath,
4 deep gulps without exhaling.
You keep the air in and you swallow.
Well, that's what I just
3
said.
times. Yeah, but
3 times. I've been doing it 4, which is very difficult to do, folks.
It's real hard to do.
It's real hard to do, but it works. It sort of resets your diaphragm.
Yeah. But the holding your breath for 30 seconds deep as you can get is hard.
Well,
when
for
you
a
got
smoker, it's very hard, and even for a
well
non-smoker,
I
it's
say
very
when you
hard.
got the hiccups, because
Right.
you're hiccuping while you're
Yeah,
doing
you
it.
want to exhale when you hiccup. Yeah. Yeah. But it can be done. And if it doesn't work, and other good advice that Elsie gave me was if it doesn't work the first time, or maybe even the second, try it again. And it does. It does eventually work. I think within 3 to 4 times, you're going to get that. You're going to stop
Usually
hiccuping.
the first time, if you
Usually
can
the first time,
swallow,
but sometimes you
if
got to do
you
it
can
more than once.
swallow, if you swallow good, you'll find out how hard it is to swallow.
It is a deep.
When you hold.
Yeah, you're like you really got to think about making an effort to do that while you hold your breath.
Yeah, big
It
time.
is
And
difficult.
then you
Yeah,
still can't do it sometimes.
yeah, yeah. Well,
No, that's what I was just saying. That to me, this is worth the $20 bill just to have the acetate overlay and the hand colored artwork.
sure.
It was a work. I just got to find out what it is. But people are always telling us because we sell so many acetates, and we've got acetates from the 40s, 50s, 60s. And people are like, man, you people stupid. Just look
Well,
on my site.
we've
You'll
got
see them.
well, plastic first developed in the 40s for like aircraft canopies and stuff like that. Acetates have been around for a while. I mean, he's got
Well,
acetates
that 3D,
negatives.
that 3D
The
Superman.
3D
Though,
Superman, yeah,
I
from the
mean, man,
early
that was old.
50s.
It was old.
Yeah, that's around 1953 during the 3D craze.
They didn't have
So they've been around.
acetates back in those
Yeah,
days,
we've gotten
man.
what he's going off about, folks, which he doesn't inform you about it. So you're just
I'm
thinking,
sorry,
why is he doing this? Is
because I'm tripping.
No, he's not tripping, folks. It's just that we've gotten some arguments online about, well, plastic wasn't even made then. Yes, it was, and there's ample stuff out there.
And we got these high intelligent people who they don't use acetates for comics back in those days.
Yeah, well, they did, so cut that shit off your chin and get over it. I, why?
Why not? I ain't doing it for you. That's for
I know
damn
you're
sure.
not. I just don't get it. I don't get it. Never
You're gonna
have,
have
never
to.
will. You didn't used to do that back in the day. I'm just saying. Never used to do that, did you?
I used to
Yeah,
have
you've
my
always
hand
done
bought.
the mustache wax
I
and
might do
curled
them
it.
too.
He just got to be
I always
different for
wanted to
different
grow
states,
this,
folks.
but
That's
see
all.
now I ain't got nobody telling me to cut it. I can grow it down to my feet if I
I'm
want
telling
to.
you to cut that shit off.
You got to grow some shit on your baby ass face, trying to look
Yeah.
young, and you an old man.
Um.
Ain't gonna work, bro.
Yeah.
Is
Right.
that your IQ or how many friends you had before your dog died, huh? Tell me
Mhm.
about it.
Yeah, my dog's still alive, thankfully,
Yeah.
and coming
So
up
you
on a
had
birthday.
you
I
still
can't
got a
remember. Is she
friend
gonna
then,
be
huh?
13 or 14? I think she's gonna be 13, but I think she's 13 now. Going to be 14. I'm losing count.
She's
It's
old.
crazy. Got to go watch my old shows just to find out how old my dog is. I should write this stuff down.
She's old. Isn't she?
Yeah,
Old
she's getting
girl.
older. Definitely. She's kind of lost her bark the last couple of years,
Old girl.
She doesn't jump like she used to, but she gets around like a lively little spunk muffin for sure.
People try to put us down.
They better not. So okay, I'll at least try and get Old Man Bog and the Bog subset done tonight.
Like I said, man, what time is it? 12:43. I might give another half hour. Well, I got to crash.
Mm-hmm.
If I can make it.
You can
As
do
long as I'm
it.
doing something. As long as I'm doing something, I can. I can go 24 hours if I'm doing something. If I'm not, I can't go long at all. But if I got to be somewhere,
Well, right. Yeah, you got to be somewhere. That's something different.
wow. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Sabrina is going to be our special guest on the next Rex Hex and Apex show.
Okay.
And you're welcome to come on too, Elsie, if you want to.
When is that?
That will be the 1st of November, the day before my birthday, on this channel. It's interesting to try and age up characters, you know.
Age up. Figure out how old they are.
Well, especially when they're fictional characters.
Yeah.
It for me, it's like with Old Man Bog, it's like more like line quality, you know. How can I make the lines look sagging and, you know, sad, kind of looking.
Lord, my lower back.
I
Boy,
know
I'm
these are
sitting on the
a lot of
floor.
these are going to come off as just like head sketches, but there's a few energetic lines here, but not that many.
A few.
You get the top of his head there. Line. Looking at reference here. That's what I'm looking straight in the camera for. But in Photoshop, the picture of Old Man Dog. So now on to inking. Using a variety of nibs because I want a variety of lines. Line widths.
Nib it good.
Tell you what, I'm really enjoying doing these.
That's cool.
Although I've been a little bit remiss on the last few days. I had to kind of like get back to it. But I'm always working on something in my mind. Old Man Bog, you'll see him on Momentum Unleashed, Future Visions. See the older version of Bog, a story that takes place 250 years in my universe's future. So you won't have to wait too long to see Old Man Bog. Sort of like an Old Man Logan, you know, Old Man Wolverine. There's been other characters too, I think. And I've got Old Lady Midnight, Western character. You're going to see her in the same book. Both stories are going to be dealing with the 43. So you're going to get a double introduction to some of the characters of 43. One in the Midnight story that's thrown back into the past. And I am working on, probably going to work on a couple different stories of the 43 characters. I'm interested right now in Thorn, which I just created. He's really deformed, his body and his mind, you know, from the experiment, and Euphoria. And I'm interested in getting into the psychology of some of these characters and also establishing them, you know, in a few stories so that we can be off and running, and you kind of get an idea of who the 43 are, their diversity of people. You know, they have their same origin in common, but Nazi experiment went wrong, transporter accident. You'll be seeing a lot more of them in the future. I'm excited to get to tell some stories about the 43. About the smallest nib I use to ink with right now is a 0.1.
I said 0.1.
Yep. Which is very small. The inking is where it all comes together for me. It's when you can really do some nice stuff. Lay down some good variety of lines, different thicknesses. Keep poking my finger.
Poke it good.
Unintelligible. Hello. Maybe only to me, right? Thanks for dropping by, leaving a comment. Mucho appreciato.
Yes.
And of course, what you lay down in pencil, you don't necessarily have to adhere to too strictly.
That's what's fun about inking.
When it comes to inking,
you see an improvement, you make it.
Yeah, and every little drawing's a little bit different, right?
Oh yeah. Every work has something. It's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna take a cigarette break.
All right. It's going a little bit heavier with some lines here. So it'll pop a little bit more. Let that dry for a second, and then I will go in with the eraser and erase any lines I didn't go over with the pencil. Might clean it up a little bit, and then I'll go into it with some color. It's pretty good. Happy with it. It'll focus. Old man Bog. Come on, focus. Focus. There we go. Pull it back a little bit. There we go. See that little white on the corner? I will ink that out. Black. This little corner there that's lost its little black there. Put a little ink over that and it disappears. Ink the corner there. Don't even notice. Person that receives this might not even notice that. Good way to, the brush. I won't use that. I use that heavily on the last one. Pretty much drew it with the brush. Get that quality of line. This one don't really need to do that. Another way I can convey sort of age with this is with the light, lighter greens, like he's losing color, and then gray. It's a combination of gray green, and then the background also. I can kind of make a demure, sort of depressing color, right? I mean, not that getting older. Hey, Howder, was wondering where you were, my friend. Were you over at another? Where were you? Why guess when you can just ask, right? Where are you, young man? So I'm gonna erase what graphite I have on here. Left some lines incomplete. Kind of did that on the first head sketch drawing. In certain places, broken lines. That's another way you can kind of convey age, right, as well. Yeah. Be nice to leave some of these black and white. I mean, I like it. You see anything missing? The 2 twigs are the 2 hash marks. I mean, what was I think I only gave him 2 little ones on the, let me look at the reference real quick. Yeah, I gave him 2. One short one, one long one. Which I will do, not ultra thin, but there we go. Yeah, always, that's my only requirement with this character is that he has the 2 little things sticking up in his head. Always, to me, that's just like my little signature little. So there you go, Elsie. Old Man Bog. Elsie's putting a painting in the back there. Big one. Doing some moving around. You need an easel. He needs an easel right there.
Yeah.
Anyway, Old Man Bog. Before I color him, does he look old to you? Does he look like a sad old character? It's been around for a while. That one I used some metallic colors on, trying out a new pen just on some highlights. I was looking to do a little different. There we go. So if I get that this should be 58. When I finish Old Man Bog, that should be 58 that I've completed in now over a month. We're going into the second month that I've been doing these. This is wild, can't wait to do a larger thorn. I have some larger pieces. I could depict him on like the size I did the euphoria one on, or this bog here. There's that. A little bit larger. I could definitely fit all of Thorn on there, but now I do have the new watercolor paper as well. I've been wanting to do some washes and things like that. Thank you, How Dear, for but I would like to depict Thorn, and I roughed him out in like silhouette and knew what I wanted for him. And then on this, I kind of defined some of the things and came up with his name. The more you draw a character, the more familiar you get with him, and you might have, what if it was neat, do something like this, Dr. Proto. This one I tried the watercolor pencils on. And kind of semi-successful. I mean, it was more, you're doing another stage there. I'm penciling in, and then I'm going over those areas in water. So I'm really going over the areas more than once, and you don't get a good saturation of color. But I think for Dream Watcher, who's kind of in his own limbo, like Dream Realm for this card, it gives it a different look than all the other sort of alcohol markers. So I'm happy with that. I did put in a little bit of alcohol market highlights just to get that more saturated color and variation in it. And then, of course, I was at first, I didn't know if I was going to do the lines in black or not, but I did to better define it. This one, I got thinking, I left his, and I think I'll just leave it this way, but I left his little costume that kind of comes up to his bottom of his chest off of this one. I didn't put that in there when I was doing him. I think since I've already got colored, I'll just leave it off. So, I mean, he can take his costume off, right? He may shower. I don't know. There's the original Bog design. Pretty close to how he originally looked. Still got to work on this one. That one's supposed to be the inner man. And I thought about just showing a close up of his chest with this symbol. But I'm thinking, still thinking on that. You know exactly what I want to do with it. If I want to do like a wash on this, on the energy, and then this one will be done. It's one of the 43, which is just a cloak giving sort of bodily form to an energy creature. You know, they have no corporeal form. They're just like all energy, like Wildfire of the Legion of Superheroes. This is kind of a placeholder for Mr. Happy. I really haven't designed Mr. Happy yet, which everybody laughs at that, Mr. Happy. But that's the name that came to me for that drug pusher.
Make them happy.
Mr. Happy. Yeah, he's not sad. He dispenses out drugs that will kill you. But you'll die with a smile on your face. That's what he says anyway.
You'll laugh to death.
So very, very happy with the way some of these have come out. The thing about these are I get to color some of the characters for the very first time. A lot of the head sketches, you know, for a long time I didn't color them. I was doing just black and white. And I'll probably just leave those black and white and not go back and color them, you know. But I've done a lot of color head sketches as well. We'll see. Some of them I might want to go back and color, add some color to. Hopper there, kind of did him in a different color, like potato brown, it's called, you know, but he could be in darker light, you know. There's Alien Bog. And I purposely left this one unfinished. It's actually got a couple lines here in pencil. Sort of more artistic look since he's more colorful. There's the Venus fly traps on his head that can extend out like a tentacle and grab an alien insect or whatever. Smolder design. Don't know if this is going to be the final Smolder. Devil Flyer is going to battle. This one, LZ, with the background and stuff like that, it almost has a stained glass feel to it, to me.
Does. Yeah, it does.
More angular and whatnot.
Yeah. It's nice.
Yeah, I've been trying to the character here, throwback, and being Midnight Story. He's like a caveman, if I can get it to focus.
Yeah, I can see. You're right about there. Yeah.
He's going to be going up against the old lady Midnight. Croc Bog, I've done a couple of him. He's number 5 in the Bog series. That's the second time I drew Croc Bog right there. I think you said this one kind of looked like a lion with the lion's mane.
Yeah, it's that nose that gets me. That line, it looks like a lion nose and a little crease between his mouth.
It looks more hippo to me. But
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, well now I see it up close. Yeah.
Yeah. These have definitely I have helped me, you know, doing one for each character that I have. It's definitely helped me create the 43, you know, actually fill out the ranks and actually come up with 43. This is one that I'm iffy about, called Polecat. Maybe I just don't like the depiction of him. A polecat is what you called somebody in the Old West, basically a skunk.
Yeah.
So I tried to make him look stinky, like he's, you know, giving off some stench and having some hair and just the coloring of it, depicting something that's kind of foul, you know, but cat-like. I wasn't totally satisfied with that one. Here's my Spider-Man, or at least half of him. He's got 6 eyes. Created him back in 2008. Here's Funko Bog. He's number 4 in the series. Once I decided to do a 10 series, so all these, once you get all these in the art book, you know, Funko Bog and Alien Bog and Old Man Bog and all these put together, they look pretty cool, I think, in one section. Here's one of the bogs that actually even Ryan James depicted on his 10-year piece, colored for the very first time.
Cool.
Different looks for the same character. Because he's a living plant. He can look like anything. I do need to go in and put some highlights around the mouth and bring out the mouth a little bit more here. All my white ones in there. But anyway, this is Swamp Dragon. Don't know if he's going to wind up being a character or not. I just had like a claw on a rock that I did, and I put Swamp Dragon on there like you were just seeing his claw, so he's so big. But I decided to try and make him a character. And this is the one I came up with for him. Ghost, a new character, one of the 43. Can't wait to do a ghost story with this character. Flesh him out a little bit. Pretty. She's got like the child of a mind, child of a mind. See, that's what I do. I invert things. The mind of a child. Child of a mind, not child of a mind. Mind of a child. Equilibrium. He's one of the 43. These characters are going to look cool when they're put together. I'll probably commission an artist like Rob Ewing to put together all 43 of them together on a page once I get them all designed out, which I'm pretty close to doing. Here's a Blood Sword. Didn't know what to call him, and this was actually based on a cover done by, although I flopped the image of Iron Man, because sort of buried under rock. So I said, okay, that's kind of putting a story in the scene, you know, of the character. Something different. Let's try that. Still need to work on the design of this character and have some other artist draw them. I haven't even had John Dillard draw this character yet. I'm calling him Totem because I always like to call him Tribal Guy. He's kind of a tribal character. This is based on a painting I did. Character. Doesn't look like a very menacing character. I don't know what kind of character. I just thought, okay, something I come up with, an alien-like character. Baron Steel, he's going to be one of the 43. Nazi Doctor Doom. How about that type character? Dreamweaver. Who sang that song, Elsie? Dreamweaver?
Gary, right?
Gary Wright. Okay. Well, this is Dreamweaver right here. Hopefully I can use that as a name. If not, that's okay, because I'm not really taken with this character too much, but something I designed, maybe he'll show up in the comics at some point. Some maybe won't, a lot of these characters though that I'm making, I'm trying to, like the 43, you'll get to see half dozen of them maybe in that story that takes place in the future. Howbeit you'll see the older versions. That's what's cool. And then you'll see Storm Rider. You'll see him as a very old man. You'll see Old Man Bog. Bystander, he really hasn't changed that much. I might give him a little gray around the temples. Maybe not. You'll get to see Beatdown. Jenna. Beatdown was born 250 years in the future, or abouts, She's a hero of that time. This was one that I did sketches of and did a painting of, or a couple paintings of. Had one hanging up though. Did a little different on the coloring here. See what it would look like. I kind of like the pumpkin orange on this with the sort of slate gray. Still got to name him. Impact. New character, which I think will make a great character. Need to work him into some kind of story. Backstory. It'll come to me. Nebulous. One of those characters out in space. Entities. I have not done a sci-fi story. Lockdown. He would work good in a sci-fi story. Kind of see him as a cosmic warden. Euphoria. I'm trying to get started on a Euphoria story. She's really got some potential, and she's one of the 43. You got to start somewhere. Hey, where are you going to start? Okay, well, I'll help myself out. I'll do some of the artwork. I know I've got a Bog story that I'm working on. I'd like to work on a Euphoria story. I'd like to work on a Thorn story. Excuse me. Thunder Rock. Well, let's see. I haven't finished Thunder Rock, and I haven't finished Stone. I've named him. So let's put his name on the back of the card. Well, I didn't name him. It was a suggestion from the chat. Hell the mighty chat. His name is Stone. And he's going to appear probably 1951. Somewhere in the 50s. Somewhere in the 50s. So we'll put the other information on there, which I don't have. Artist name, artist signature.
Hey, buddy, I'm going to go to bed.
All right. Just a second. No, we'll show what you've done, maybe, if you want. You got time?
Yeah. I think I do.
So you moved that big painting of Christ in the background to work on that probably tomorrow, or
I had this extra red violet, and
oh, okay. You wanted to put it in there.
Top of the violet. I put it on top of the violet. See.
Okay. On the robe.
Yeah, right here, right in here.
Mm-hmm. And on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big one there.
I didn't want to wait. Yeah, I just didn't want to waste all my paint. You know.
Well, we got a nice little 3-hour stream out of this.
Yeah, we did.
I did. What did I
Plus,
do?
I
I
got
did 3 bogs.
these done.
I've
got
got
these
to
done.
finish coloring this old man bog.
At those two.
That's what you worked on.
And
Was those two? I mean, you didn't start those. These are like your ones you're sort of adding to.
Yeah, this one I started just before we came on. These here,
Oh, okay.
These here were just need the finishing background, and I added a little more color here and there.
Are those done now?
Yeah, these are.
Yeah, you gonna give those out at U-Town or what?
Yeah, I've got 7 of them on the wall back there already.
Wow.
Or 5. I'll have 7.
Mm-hmm.
This will make 8. But I don't know if I gave out since we didn't have U-Town. I gave them. We had homecoming at our church, and we didn't have Sunday school, so I pulled around there where I knew they, we'd leave after we get something to eat because they had.
And what is homecoming at your church?
136 years of.
Okay.
Lisa's church.
Mm-hmm.
And they're celebrating that, and I had about 8 or 9 paintings in my trunk. All the people that from the church were coming by, and I was helping do something. One of the little boys in there said, "You want a painting?" He looked in there and goes, "Oh man!" And people gathered around. And said, "Yeah, everybody get you one if you want one." They were all tripping out. I gave one to my mail lady yesterday. She got more excited than I've seen anybody in all the time I've been giving paintings. She got the most excited and was happy.
Well, if you're,
and I told her, you know what? If you want to bless somebody, just give them that painting, and I'll give you another one. She smiled.
well, I think I'm going to go a little bit longer and at least color this old man bog.
Okay. Maybe somebody join you, but I got to go, buddy.
Okay. I totally understand. Thanks for
Enjoy,
coming
man.
on. Scarlet Fever in the house. How are you?
Tell you, Lee. I'll tell Lee you said what's up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch his grandson is got AutoZone Player of the Week in Memphis.
AutoZone Player of the Week. Okay. So football or
football. Yeah, football.
Okay. Yeah, he was wanting you to come celebrate with him over that.
He was wanting
recently,
me to come,
wasn't he?
He was not.
Huh? Whoops. Okay. The world may never know. So just working on sketch card here, Scarlet. Finish up coloring it here. This background color I'm putting in here. What is this? So dark. Okay, here we go. Nice. Pink mauve. So it's actually pink mauve. It kind of looks like a pale purple to me. But pink mauve there. Sort of a demure color. This is Old Man Bog, the character I'm working on. And this is warm beige. Warm beige. Well, look at that other. I really have liked this dual-ended alcohol marker pastel color 18 count. Some of them are starting to run dry. I got these at 5 and below though. If I could find another one of these, I would definitely buy it. This pastel colors. These are pretty neat, especially for flatting in colors. And you probably get as much use out of them as you do just about anything. So I'm going to do is brown spots and warts and whatnot there a little bit. Maybe put a little rim lighting at the bottom of his eye there. Not much with that. Maybe some under his eye. So I'm coloring this character for the very first time. First time I depicted him, came up with him. And I've tried to do some older versions of Bog before. It's nothing new that I've tried to do with the character. But I like these pastel colors for flatting in. Flatting in Bog. Now I said I wanted to kind of go the grayscale with him somewhat. So we do have need to date that, although I'm not done with it yet. All I'd like the information on the back. The back, you got the character name, the artist signature, and the date. Today is the 24th, man. October has flown by, although it really hasn't. It's been quite an eventful month for me. Finished up work. Last day of work was the 10th, which I think we've ended on the 10th every year. Most years that I've worked there. Not every year by any means, but a high percentage. I'd say a good third. Keep up the good work, hon. Just wanted to stop by to show some love before I go to sleep. Absolutely, Scarlett. Thanks for dropping by. I've done like 57 complete ones, and some are near complete in like a month's time. So, not too bad. I mean, the majority of them done in a month. Taking my time, creating some of the names. That's, hey, Dave, Genuine Dave in the house. I love to call you Genuine Dave from Genuine Comics. What time is it there for you, my friend? It's only like 1:30 here. 1:30 in the morning. So I wanted to go grayscale. Most of my grays, that's what I'm thinking about getting. Most of all is some grays. I need to get a good gray set, a good variety of grays, especially light grays. The things about grays is a little bit of gray goes a long way. I've got a bunch of darker grays, although in this larger set that I got, the 40 Azure at, I'm not sure that I had a lot of grays in there. I think, because I've swapped these out and switched them out. And there's some, I think I did get some at some point. I got some cool grays. I've got some warm grays. I need some lighter grays. I am thinking about doing a story, a Euphoria story in grayscale. See, this one hasn't got much juice in it at all. And this is one of the Master Touch. I did get a grayscale set, which was my first, one of my first alcohol marker sets at Hobby Lobby. stuff's just going dry. It's a good lighter gray, cool gray. But it's just I hate to fight with it. Let's see, this 24 here. I've kind of combined some of these. This is a cool Master Touch, and these are not, when you put these in there with the Azures, they're a little bit shorter. This was the only short one in there, and I looked at it earlier and saw that it was a Master Touch. If you're not sure about the color, you don't want to just like, ooh, that was way too dark, or that was too light, not a problem. But too dark, yeah, it's hard to undo that. This one seems to be running out too, so apparently I've used these quite a bit, or doesn't seem like I have, but stuff just runs out. All right, getting some life out of this nib here, so that's good. I want to do some. I really want to do a gray tone Euphoria story, sort of drab. You know, it's a sad, sort of tragic love story. Somewhat. I mean, it's not just a love story, but yeah, it's, I mean, really, if you think about the 43, it's all pretty sad. You know, think of Schindler's List, you know, if you got to make some kind of thing. It's 8:30 for you. Time to start work. There you go. There you go, man. Yeah, Dave doesn't like let grass grow under his feet. Hopefully you made yourself a beverage of choice, whether that's coffee or not. You know, maybe it's something else for you. Are you a coffee drinker, Dave, or are you still, or you may not even still be in the chat, but thanks for dropping by. If, you know, just get that in there before you have to go for sure. Let's see. This might have enough life in it to at least accomplish what I wanted to do, which was kind of darken some areas here and just kind of indicate some stuff in grayscale. And do like an under thing here before I kind of go in with a little light gray. I mean a light green. I just want to kind of break that up a little bit. You know, I might even go over the gray and some, you know. Hopefully that'll come through. Here we go. I can get it. Come on. Stop moving it around, Rex. Just not totally there it goes. There it goes. I think that's in focus. So I'm just kind of breaking that up a little bit. Bog. Yes, this is the Old Man Bog, doing a subset of bogs. Yeah. This I kind of use some metallic on in some areas. Got a bog subset with these of 10. This is the last one. Actually, this goes further in the set. I had it designated. I just never really well, I dated him today. So I mean, you know, he'll go on the last year. Yeah. But I had all right. And then yeah, so this finishes the bog set, these that I did tonight. Even a little bit more twig there on the top of his head. With that one. New character here, Thorn. I drink black coffee with a small pinch of salt. It takes out most of the bitterness. Yeah, and some brew that with salt, you know, put that in their grounds. For me, it's lime juice. I put just a spritz of lime juice. and that takes the bitterness out of it. And think about it, you're getting your caffeine and your citrus. As the same, I know that sounds strange, and I don't know, it's kind of cinnamony. It's not really cinnamony. Dr. Proto. Thorn's really cool. I'm thinking about doing a story with him. Dream Watcher. So some of these are colored for the very first time. Some like green. He's actually taken from a painting, an unfinished painting. I'm scouring around looking for all the different characters. Don't have a name for him. I've had a couple of different names for him, and I think I'm actually going to change his powers because he kind of looks like a snowman to sort of like snow, like, ice-like powers. He kind of looks fluffy. 2-ton. Not a lot of color to him. There's light blue there. His costume comes up like this to a point right underneath his breast, and kind of like a circus. He kind of looks like a circus performer with this costume. The original Bog, that's number 8 in the series. Sort of Bog as I originally designed him. Pretty close. Pretty close. Let's see. Got to finish Inner Man. He's not done. This one's not done. I want to do a wash with him, probably in watercolor, maybe with some marker enhancement. I may do some other drawings off to the side and figure out what kind of energy configuration. It's going to be Kirby Crackle type thing, but sort of a placeholder for Mr. Happy. Golden Age Silver Boa. Coffee with salt. I never heard of that before. Some people put now I've not tried putting a little pinch of salt in my coffee, but some people try and put when they brew it, they put either eggshells or salt. And I've known people that do both. A little pinch of salt in the grounds with some eggshells. Believe it or not, that's an old thing. I on Gunsmoke decades ago, they talk about putting eggshells and even maybe salt in the grounds on that show. The Scorn here, sort of an alien leader to an alien race. Storm Rider without his motorcycle. He's got lightning powers. He'll be in that story that takes place 250 years in the future. That has the twist ending, double twist ending, really. Maybe more than that once I get to it. Viro, he's one of the 43. Sort of used his costume design for the, in vain like things. That. And Hopper. Kind of gave him a different color on this. Lady Hopper was number 4, the 4th one I did. I've been doing these for a month. Alien Bog, sort of an since he's so colorful, I just artistically left it undone there. Just makes it look weirder because it is kind of a weird concept. Which is taken from a painting that was done a year and 4 months after I created Bog, an unfinished painting based on a Swamp Thing story where Swamp Thing is on an alien planet or different alien planets. Mark McGinnis, or his last name's McGinnis. I'm not sure, can't think of his first name. I think it might be Mark. McGinnis was drawing it at that time. A Smolder design. Devil Flyer will be fighting Smolder at the beginning of the 2nd story. So I had to come up with a design for Smolder. This is wildly different than the original. I kind of like the collar though with the things on there. So maybe getting closer to finding a workable smolder design. Throwback. I need to draw him. He's on my short list to do some more drawings of. He's one of the 43. He'll be thrown back in time. So there's that kind of synchronicity, but kind of interesting, in creating in trying to create the ultimate super Nazi. You get an Hernandothal, like, man, it can't make him happy. Crockbog there and Collider. Collider was just something suggested by his costume, and he was just a sketch card character that I had drawn once. And I thought, oh, he would make a good one for the 43, with his costume and stuff. With a name like Collider, he has to get getting into fights. Polecat, I know I went through some of these earlier, so I'll kind of speed up through there. The spider guy, I don't really have a name for him. He does kind of remind me of the ones that were in Valiant at the time, but it's believe me, I wasn't looking at the Valiant stuff in the early 90s. Might have seen some of it. I created him in 2008 along with a bunch of other characters. There is Funko Bog, and that's going to be made into a metal card on the campaign, I believe. And somewhere buried here, I've got his larger head sketch the first time I drew him. This iteration of Bog, and Ryan James recently drew him. Swamp Dragon, kind of a concept character. Don't know what I'm going to do with him at all. Ghost, a new character. Don't have to reinvent names. Ghost is fine for him. He's kind of a, phase through walls, vision like character. Pretty. She's one of the 43. A lot of them don't have facial features because they kind of strip them of their personalities. The experiment did. Kind of like this guy. He's costumed, Equilibrium, but he's, again, no face really in the costume. Same thing here with Blood Sword, design, sort of metal skin, armor, but again, no face. It kind of stripped them. That doesn't mean that they can't take off their costume and have some kind of likeness, but I don't necessarily have to tell the backstory. Totem there. This fly guy that was based on he looks like Beaker to me. That's nearly the weakest one I've done, I think. He just didn't turn out looking right. He looks goofy. That's all right. You can't have a banger with every one of them. Baron Steel. He's been named. Dreamweaver. Sort of a cosmic. See, that's first time maybe second time I've colored him. He might have actually got a colored head sketch. Impact. Really like him. Go through these real quick. Nebulous. Lockdown. Euphoria. I'll be working on some interior pages. I'll be getting a start as soon as I feel like I'm, Got to finish Thunder Rock. Got to finish him. Got to finish Stone. Now we got him named. He's one of the 43. Stone. This guy, don't have a name for him yet. And I will be having a naming contest coming up here, like I did with TM, Total Mystery. You know, I will maybe, if I name this character, this will be the character. I don't know. It'll be a character that I haven't named, that I've recently named, and I haven't told you the name, and you can guess the name. You know, what does it stand for? Maybe this guy. This guy doesn't have a name. You know, and everybody seemed to have a lot of fun with that for like 3 weeks. Couldn't guess what TM stood for, which was Total Mystery. Eric and Boyd named it, so he gets the ultimate prize on the campaign. Haven't named this guy. This guy might be a good one if I get him named. Although I've kind of named him Morgan as a placeholder, because he does have, like, on his belt buckle and on his headband, he's got Morgan dollars, silver dollars. Morgan something might be his real name. I haven't named this guy. I sent this to my sister. This character, he was the first new character I think I drew on these sketch cards. And my sister said something like barf guy or something, like he's, you know, barfed up. I kind of looked at him like the Holly Man or something, almost like little holly berries on him. I don't know. Sort of a fanciful character. Here's the first croc bog I did. And that's not numbered. That's not in the bog series. It is now that I did a second drawing of croc bog. And there's Siphon. He's one of the 43. He's kind of like the Parasite, although he looks a lot like a Brainiac somewhat. He was supposed to be like a green radioactive type character. And yeah, when naming him, Siphon kind of came to mind, and it's like, oh, okay, he can kind of convert different things, different life forces, or different things in his own sort of unique energy, which doesn't necessarily have to be radioactive. Hell Rider, I named him, but with a Y on Rider. So I had to design out a motorcycle for him. Dr. K, which Ryan James drew fairly recently. Some of that artwork may be going up along with my Pizza Round artwork and some of my other artwork up on the campaign here pretty soon. Meltdown, and he's one of the 43, first created on a Pizza Round. This is the only second time that I've done him. He's sort of corrosive. Cinder, you can, guess about his powers. He's sort of hot, molten like character. He's one of the 43. Here's the second bog in a series I decided to do. And again, I was trying to make a look, sort of an old man bog look, but not, and he just kind of came out looking sad, Kind of neat. Tweeka. Here we go. A little fun. My stick figure Tweeka character. She says she's only got one eye. It's sort of like a spiral cyclopean eye, razor sharp teeth, and cutting wit. Sunglasses make the girl, she says. My sister laughed at that one when I sent it to her today. Twisted Man. He come out looking evil in this particular iteration. really like how that came out. Got two. Howder 6480 says, I got 2 copies of Galaxy Memorial Park this week. The first had the printing issue, but the second one was perfect. Wow. Okay. So because you're in Canada, did they arrive all at the same time or on different days? Probably different days, right? Slime is sort of a collective hive mind, bog related, swampy like villains that he has to deal with. They go back a few years in Bog's history. Despair. I know Marvel's got a character called Despair. So I did name this character. Or had him name and forgot him, and then I saw another that on my original drawings I had him named. So Despair. Lady Hopper. Here we go. Now it comes into focus. Need to do a Lady Hopper pizza round. That's on my short list to do. I've not done one of those. But Carrie did a nice Lady Hopper pizza round. Dirty Joe. There's a two-page Dirty Joe story in Devil Flyer done by Hockey. They were around 5 days apart, but I had to pick up the first one from the post office, so I ended up opening them the same day. Wow. Yeah, I have not read it yet. I did sit down to read it, and I'm going to have a magnifying glass for some of the captions. I don't have very good light in here. And the original Silver Boa, I actually did that with metallic sheen. Tried out gel pens on that one. Sort of went gray with the gray mode with the original first Bog in the series. I retroactively numbered him. So do I have just a Bog card? Maybe I can do one more, and do a Bog card for somebody. Because I made this one to be just a card, and I numbered it, so he's number 1 in the Bog sub series. I don't know. I'll think about that. And then there's Zeitgeist, and then the very first one I did a month ago, Geo. So I'd like to do some more Geos, but I just can't draw. Some of these characters I like to draw more than others. So, and I've done a lot of Geos. I've done a lot of Bogs. I've done a lot of Zeitgeist. But I'm got a whole universe to design out, and we're at about it's pretty good, but I'm getting the second volume for sure. Yeah, I am too. I was looking forward to getting the very first one. We had them on 2 years ago, and 2, maybe almost 3 years ago. Come December, I've still got characters like this to name. So if I come up with a name for him, I may have a contest about him. It may not be him. That's all I need is Nazi humor on the channel. Because I have other characters that need to be named. I did unpack today or yesterday now that we've crossed the midnight threshold. I did finished unpacking my own ash can. I bought my own ash can for $22 and some change off of eBay, which was kind of exciting to buy my own book and get my own book and actually look through it again, and it's like, oh, that's, just check out the condition, see if any of the extras were stuffed in there. They weren't, but that's fine. I've got extras that I can go with it. I mean, I've got this many of the 2 different style magnets still left, because I overprinted or she gave me extra. I can't remember, but and I haven't packed all these with all the books yet. So, and I did go through them quality control, and pick out the very best and, to go with the books and stuff. But yeah, I'll buy my own book. It's worth $22 and some change to me for sure. I mean, there were only 100 printed, and I do think they're going to be worth something one of these days. That's just me, being positive. Salmon pink. Okay, that's a master touch, because that's shorter, like that cool gray. These other 2 are coral. I like to use the flesh tone ones. The coral, something that could be the peaches in color. I like to use the lighter, for flatting and stuff. You can always go darker and add some highlight. It doesn't have to take a lot of color. These all look to be full, so I've got I only have this one, and it's a master's touch. So, and that set is, like I say, one of the first sets I got, which is chisel and brush, twin tip grays 6-color set. I got this for like 40% off, maybe. So about $10. It's like $22.99 regularly, so $23. So about half that, at Hobby Lobby. But I like the lighter grays for sure. The darker grays, they're good, I mean, sometimes when I might not want a totally black background, kind of went with a gray tone with this bog with just a hint of green outline around him. This is when I was like, well, I wonder what that would look like in gray toning. Because I do want to do, like Euphoria, I do want to do a more demure, but I'm actually thinking about doing a gray tone, do the artwork without the black lined inking fully in gray, and then going over that with color, doing a whole story like that. Sure, we got gray tone covers, but how many gray tone stories did we get? That was the gray toning of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is what really drew me to that that book. I've got to finish his coloring, don't I? Old Man Bog. Got to finish it. I think I can do that before I fall out. This green here. I don't know. This might be a good green for that. It's not a very dark gray. Try darker gray here. A little bit. Now that I've kind of got things indicated. These are the square ones. Those are the also illustration markers that I got at 5 and Below, which were for some of the first ones that I got. It's definitely a darker gray. I think it's too dark. But do want to kind of have some variety here in the gray scheme. It goes a long way with that. Just a few highlights. Might be a nice brown there. Check this out. Color swatch on that one. See what it looks like. Hopefully this isn't too dry. Get some life out of it. Yeah, it's pretty brown. No tannish. Try and get some confidence in your line, you know. That comes with just doing hesitancy with your line, you know, shows as well. Those are just some little warm highlights. This I put a little bit of spotting on the spots here as well. One there just to even out things. Get in some of these darker colors before I go in and put in some of the lighter greens. Definitely could use some more greens too. Some of them go to the sort of yellow ram or green, really green, dark green. Here's a turquoise. Let's see if that works. This is a turquoise too. Yeah, that's turquoise too, but that almost looks like a sky blue compared to the turquoise 5, which it looks very turquoise. That was some new color that I got in this larger azure set, was turquoise. Really does look, you know, there's quite a bit of difference in there. There's the turquoise G2 and a Q5. You know, there is a difference. Big, vast difference in those. And I don't even know if some of these are usable on this. I don't know. That's almost like a good gray. It might be a good thing to use in the eyes here, the turquoise for the darker hatched part here. And bam, you know, it really brings the eyes. There we go. A little darkening. Might work some of that in towards the bottom here. So on some of these, I've tried to add a little the darker color at the bottom just to create shadow. Like it's going off frame and it's darker. You know, the lighting's changed. So I'll put around a little bit of that around the edging there. I don't know if you can pick that up there. And then down here around the logo too. I just think that other turquoise is going to be way too dark. But you know what? I'm going to do a swatch of it. Might work some of that into some of that mauve background. Woo, that is way dark. That is way dark. And I really don't want to go that dark at all. You know, don't want to do it. Not on this one. Maybe the next time. I've been trying to group some of these tonight and put these some you know, some of the yellows with yellow and reds with reds, and you know, to better organize. I need to do that more. It's all kinds of greens. I really don't want to go into the red, the yellow greens. And I really don't want to go too saturated green. I want on him because he's supposed to be old man bog, he's supposed to be kind of lifeless somewhat. I mean, in look anyway. This one's kind of running out and it looks pale enough. So let's try this. Yeah, it's pretty good looking green. Sometimes when marker's running out, they can, give you just enough life in there to give you what you want and not too saturated. I don't want him to look so choppy, though, that he just looks like a spotted leopard or something, a Dalmatian. That one's pretty dried out. Let's try this other, smaller. Yeah, that's got some life to it. Let's try this. I've been using a lot of the chisel point, though. Maybe for some outlining here. Since it's dark, but it's enough to make. Maybe just on some of the ends here. A little light at the ends. Man, a little bit of color makes it pop. Doesn't take much. And like I say, I really don't want to bring that much life into it. A little here, a little there. Mixed in with the gray and the warmer brown or whatever that was. But I don't want it to look so choppy either that it's and I don't want to gray him out where he's looking like a mummy either. Too much. Although, that's on my short list to do. I'd love to do and that's kind of like Gray Tales to a certain degree. It's kind of like a grayscale story, a bog. I'd like to do a gray scale story of bog. Let's go to the pastels here. See if I got anything. I think I have hit the pastels already on this a little bit. There are some non-green options too. There's like one called flax here. And like I say, some of these are starting to get dry. This one isn't yet, but I've used this flax, which is more of a flesh pinky, flesh tone. Which I could kind of use in the eye there, maybe. And I'll probably go over that later. Down here. Maybe some of that down here. Spread the love around. Maybe some rim lighting, since it's such a light color. I don't want to give it too much because it is lighter color, I don't want him to look too fleshy and alive. On his last leg, bog. All right, let's try this darker green from the pastel set. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm kind of laying some of the darker stuff. Maybe even overlay some of the colors that's already been laid down some. Ooh, I just had something come to my mind. Christmas tree bog. Look at that guy. Hello, look at this guy. Hello. Hey, Homer Glitch. I read about a third so far. Yeah. I really need to read mine. I've been wanting to read it, but like I said, my lighting's not that great. There were some smaller captions. So, all right, now I maybe put some of that green. Oh yeah, it looks good over that flash. It's kind of got a glow to it. All right, let's go under the eye a little bit with this as well. Mm, mm, kill some of this color that I put with that peach. It's not really a peach that I use, but that flax. I tone that down a little bit, but it does add a nice warmth, undertone warmth to it, Leaving some natural highlights to give it some three-dimensionality. All right, let's try this other green. Really, there was two greens in the set, one lighter, one darker. When in doubt, do a color swatch. Even though you may have used it, I think this one's beginning to run out, and I may have used it earlier. It's all right. It's okay to come back with the same color again. Other times, let me try this side here. Yeah, this is running down pretty good. Running down. I'm kind of liking this. It's almost like a pastel-y type. Almost like a watercolor wash effect without the watercolor. He's quite colorful, modeled, kind of like that, understated. I think I want to go in that mauve with this. What is this? This is warm beige. Yeah, a little warm beige. It's probably a little darker color around the edge, bog's head here. To add some contrast and to add a little darker color, I think, around here, the base, around the head, a little shadow, a little drop shadow, if you will, to darken that up a little around the figure. On the background, give it a little variety, plus add a little depth to it. Not much, very subtle. Sorry about that. That was loud. Maybe, what is this? Raw silk. Yeah, that's a pretty good color too. Let's see what this is. Is that? Oh yeah, it's almost like a peachy type thing. I put in some colors to that. Dog with liver spots. How about that? I was just putting in some highlighted areas there, but let's see if I can go in with this is mauve shadow. So almost like and go over some of those areas that are kind of warmer in tone and dull that down a little bit. A little lavender over it, what I would call lavender, light lavender. A little bit in his eyes there. Maybe in that, over that turquoise, dull that down a little bit. Darken it. Just can't, don't know if that works or not, but try it. Let's try some of this in the background. Mauve right above that other. It's subtle. Kind of breaks up the background a little bit. Cools it down a little bit. So I think this one's finished. Well, you know what? I want to deepen up the sort of above the eyes here, the cut. So get a little black out and thicken that line. In fact, I might even use this other. Got to be careful. This can lay down a pretty thick line. And I just don't. Just strengthen some of the lines here. On his eyes. Maybe an area or two here or there. Just for sort of definition. Thicker line on one side, which I laid in very early on. It didn't hurt to go over that and see, you know, was I need to do that again. I see one thing that I didn't do, which was color my little emblem in there. So, whoops. And sometimes you slip and you get the ink right on you. I do that a lot. Okay, so I need to green that out somehow. Does it need to be it could be a strong green, you know, and draw attention to the logo. That's always a good thing, huh? See that appropriate green. Maybe that one there. I might even, yeah, man. That was a bold mood right there with that green. A little darker than what I thought. Maybe that's what I need to put in here, just enough to make it pop. In some areas, you know, add a little more drop shadow. There we go. Maybe even darken that out down there. Get a little variety. One sort of dominating color that sort of draws it all together, and you can still, it's like, wow, man, look at the variety of colors in there. You can still have sort of one dominant thing. Cut in with that. Kind of different. And I might even, you know, I could even outline him with that. green outline to set him apart more. Don't be afraid to try something different. You don't know till you try it, and then you go, well, that's a mistake. I won't ever do that again. Okay. Green in the eyes there. Yeah, there we go. Corner there. Make it a little darker. Quite colorful. Kind of limited by what colors you do have. But yeah, I'm fine with that. Interesting color choices. Anyway, there you go. Look, did I run it? Does it pop? Is it okay? Is it going to focus? Come on. Of course, you're never going to get the subtleties of color on these things. Hopefully, not with this camera. He's losing the chart. He's, see, going 3 strong and growing. Nice. Yes, 4 hours now. Yeah. He's losing the chat. Baby, come back. Baby, come back. Okay, come on now. Come on. Focus. Some focus more than others. I don't know why. Till I see it in focus. I doubt you can. And it takes the camera a minute. And I don't know if this is going to focus right now. But there you go. Old Man Bog, number 7 in the, had him designated. But just completed now. Had him designated early. So actually that completes all 10 subset, unless I do another just regular bog, to go out to somebody. Might do that. Kind of visited for me your territory tonight. Not a good night for Omer, because I hit all bogs tonight. And what else I do? Oh yeah, and I even did a bog pecan. So there you go. Worked on 4 bog things tonight. But it's, you got to visit the familiar too, sometimes just get back into doing what you want to do, which right now I want to complete these sketch cards for everybody. I want to get that done. And took an accounting, 57 in 1 month. Not too bad. Because in that, I've created new characters. I've named a bunch of them. I'm happy with all of them. There's that one fly guy that I'm not, but, you don't know. I mean, I know he was. Maybe I'll do him better next time. Got a green left over. Always put your stuff up. But like I say, I've got some of these from Hobby Lobby that, and I organized some of my markers. Black's kind of useless, isn't it? As a color. See about put my greens right here all together. Yellows with yellows and reds with reds and flesh tones with flesh tones. Quite a variety. Not many oranges. Not many oranges. Pinks. Blues. Yellows. Here's a green. That one out. Take this brown out. Put that there. Brown out. Ooh, good name for a character. Brown out. Gavin Newsom. Name him Gavin. Blues. The occasional orange. Don't have a lot of oranges. This blue. So I can move that down the line here. It's here. Keep the reds together. Here's another red. There you go. That kind of puts the browns together. Sienna. Things like that. Yellow. That's an orange, but see, it looks very, very yellow. Browns together. Hopefully this, since there's can make sense of this, they kind of come all mixed. You know, you can select your colors more quickly, find what you want. Only makes sense, right? To put these in some sort of semblance of order. There. That's not perfect, but it'll do for now. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna have a naming contest coming up here soon. As soon as I find a suitable name and character for that, and hopefully that'll be a lot of fun. Tomorrow on Feature Friday, we're gonna talk some Jack Kirby, show a bunch of Jack Kirby stuff. What else we got going on? Yeah. I'm working on some other streaming ideas. Hey, if I'm going to pay for StreamYard, I'm going to stream more, you know. But I don't want to just do anything. I want to make it somewhat exciting and appealing. So I'm working up some things, and like I said, I've already started to implement some of it. I know I need to get back to doing some more promoting and interviews. Anyway, hope you enjoyed this late night draw. 36 episodes, so over a month's worth of draw streams over a period of time. Backer cards are coming across. Hope you like what I'm doing. 10 Bog's in there, but Croc Bog, he's really different. Funko Bog, he's really different. You know, I think you'll like that once I get it all in the art book. All these will be given out in, well, not all of them because I'm going to do some extra, but everybody will get a head sketch of a character, and then they'll get a sketch card that'll be a different character. So you get 2 different characters. And if we go over a certain amount on the campaign, you'll get 3 characters. And if you buy the big bundle, you could potentially wind up with 4 pieces of original artwork. I don't know anybody that's doing that except putting up pieces for sale that people can buy. And what's the fun in that? Yeah, stretch goals are meant to be stretch goals, you know. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. Maybe do some more stuff off screen, you know. Definitely going to be doing some cleaning today. Definitely going to do some cleaning. Get this the stand next to the other one and do some cleaning and hopefully find some more character designs around here so that I can do some more sketch cards and some new characters. That's kind of what I'm excited to do right now. I can always go back to some of the others and do them. I kind of want to develop some, see some older characters come to life on these. Blizzard's one of them. He's kind of like the Red Tornado in a way. He's one of the older characters from the 1970s, along with Metro. I've still got Metro to do on here. He's more geometric type design mass. So, I've been kind of hesitant to do him, but he is one of my oldest characters. Not my oldest character, but, one that I think could translate okay into the Momentum universe somewhere. He's kind of got laser, I-beam powers and blast and things like that. So, gotta have some good, variety of power sets. Anyway, keep collecting, and we shall see you on the next whatever. Jack Kirby Friday, Feature Friday. Is it Friday already? Doesn't seem like Friday to me. But then my whole week's been not really messed up, but it's been different, Getting some yard work done a little bit here and there, just nipping away. Had some high winds come in here and had to do some cleanup, and just trying to get it to look good somewhat before winter sets in, and take advantage of the good weather while I have it. But I'll be doing some cleaning today and working around here and chilling out, having a good beverage. If I will, to keep it warm in here, I slide it shut. If I will open it up, I'll actually get something when I do that. Anyway, till next time, same bat channel.